Pascal. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high. Cause St. Louis is ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold on, we just saying hi. Five somebody rise up weekdays. Catch us live, somebody. Let's go.
Good morning. Good afternoon and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope you guys are all doing well. Hope this show finds you in really great spirits, because we need that more than ever today. And also because another day above the dirt is always a blessing. Let's not forget that, y'all. Can we just say thank you for being alive for just a second here? All right. Amid all the mucky muck, all the craziness, all the drama, all the sadness, and all the whodunits and what's going on, we just got to take a second and just be thankful to be here. Yeah, I know this sounds like it's Thanksgiving time, okay? But nonetheless, we just need to take a minute, okay? We just need a minute to just be happy to be here. Yeah? Yeah. So do me a favor. Put some thank yous. Okay, show your thank you for being here on this planet, because you're better here in it than not in it, okay? Hit that like button down below, all right? Crush it as you walk in. As we get into this conversation, because things are just getting crazier. Things are just getting more and more complicated, and we have a lot to get into. And there's something that we need to talk about. We are going to talk about that. A few things. So hit that like button down below. Crush it, do what it do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. If you are watching on these other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, come on, baby. Make sure you hit that follow button. I'm on all them mugs, okay? And I'm here to give you all the information and the conversations that you need for the day. And for the evening, too, because now I'm coming on live 2 times a day now. It's getting crazy, because this story and this case keeps developing and getting more and more curveballs. So make sure you hit that follow button. Follow my Facebook page. Follow, because there's a lot of information I'm putting out on Facebook that, you know, even while we're live, I'm putting that stuff up. Because sometimes I can't cover everything while we're live covering one main subject. So make sure you are hitting that follow button on that Facebook page. Subscribe here on my main channel, please, and thank you. Right here on YouTube. Subscribe right here. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Subscribe over there, too. Hit that notification bell on both platforms so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because it is random. I'm going to be real. It is random. So make sure you hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, set it to all. Hit that join button down below, become a member. Check out my Patreon, and, of course, check out PascalMerch.com. PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there. You're missing out. Custom clothing made by yours truly. Go check it out. PascalMerch.com. Okay, guys, we have got to get into some things. Obviously, there were some things that we talked about last night before we ended the show. Yes, I was going to come back on after I was on the fantastic Court TV. Shout out to Vinny Politan. Okay. And, Vinny Politan investigates his show. Always an honor being on the show. It's kind of exciting being a kind of a regular commentator on that show. It's truly an honor to be asked to be invited onto the show. It really is an honor. Like, really. Like, Vinny is dope. I don't know about y'all. I don't know what you're missing. I don't know if you don't know. If you don't know, that's what I'm basically saying. If you don't know about Vinny, and you don't know about Vinny Politan Investigates or his closing arguments show that goes on before VPI, you're missing out. He's got a fantastic show. All right. He's got a fantastic show. And so it is an absolute honor to be, a regular face, to be a part of the rotation on that show. So shout out to Court TV, shout out to Vinny Politan, and shout out to every single person that helps make that show so great, because it's everybody from the production assistant to the technical director to the producers and all that. It's an amazing show. And again, an honor to be on. So I was on last night and we were talking about the Corey Richins case or the trial that's coming up very, very soon. I may be doing that. I may be watching that particular trial. I haven't made a decision yet on that, right? Just depends if like the world doesn't implode, okay? But if the world is imploding, I got to cover that stuff, just so you know. But we are over there discussing that case and that upcoming trial on VPI, Vinnie Politan Investigates. So that should be uploaded at some point. It was on live last night. I was live. And then I got done and I was like, man, I am so exhausted. We will talk more tomorrow. And so that's why I came on a little bit earlier, because there's stuff that happened while we were wrapping up the show that I really want to focus on and talk about. And then there's a press conference that's going to be happening in a little over 2 hours from now. And 2 hours and 14 minutes from now, there will be a presser from the Pima County Sheriff's Office. The sheriff will be coming up and giving us some updates on what the F is going on. Because let's not forget, there has been a new uptick of police presence back at Nancy Guthrie's home. What the hell is going on, right? I think we all want to know what the hell is going on with this, right? What's going on? What are we missing here? It was they released the house to the family. They said it was not a crime scene anymore. They said we might have to go back there if we have to get a few things, so on and so forth, if there's new developments in the case. But right now we've released the scene, released the home to the family. It is no longer a crime scene. And then out of nowhere, out of the clear blue sky, next thing you know, you got all kinds of dudes in suits, in uniforms, showing up back at the house, setting up a staging area in the driveway, bringing in dogs, helicopters flying above, all that stuff. Pretty insane, crazy stuff that's going on. What is going on, right? What happened? There was a lot of conversation about them like focusing in the garage a lot, allegedly. Because now, from what we heard from Ashley Banfield, she said that it wasn't the front door that was wide open. It was the back door that was wide open. And that there's a possibility that they exited the house with Nancy Guthrie through the back. Now, there is something, just pulling up her photo really quick. There is something that's very interesting about that, because there's sky cam views of the back, like of the driveway. And I even said it myself. I'm like, what are these tire marks here? What's up with these tire marks? Did they skid off? Did they suddenly try to drive off quickly, kind of like try to get away or something? What's this all about, right? I'm thinking something's up. Maybe those tire marks that are in the back are connected to the disappearance and the abduction of Nancy Guthrie, or maybe not. Okay. Maybe not, right? Yeah, Pink. Thank you, Pink Birch. Thank you, Pink Birch Soda. That sounds interesting, But anyway, I did say that. I was like, wait a second, what's up with these tire marks right by the garage? Is that because did they take her out of the house from the front door, or did they possibly take her through the back because they didn't want to cause a scene, or they didn't want people seeing the scene of a struggle, trying to get her in the car? And I'm telling you right now, I'm going to say this. I'm saying this again, and I'm going to repeat this till I'm blue in the face or until they say otherwise. I do not think that there was only one person that took this woman. I think that there was a struggle. I think that there's definitely a fight of some sort. This is a feisty woman. They've even said she is a spirit-filled woman. Spirit-filled woman. Okay? She's a sprightly 84-year-old woman. Sharp as a tack. You really think that she's going to go down without a fight? I swear to God, she's going to put those dukes up. I swear to God, she's going to take that cane and she's going to be hitting them with that cane. And that's just the vibe I'm getting. I just don't see anyone just going, okay, take me. I think you're going to go out. You going to go down. You ain't going down without a fight. And I think that's exactly what happened. And maybe it was and of course, this is all speculation. Hold on. Let me just put this up because I know some people will sit there and go, well, what he said is, you know what I mean? No. Speculation warning, guys. Speculation warning. So here's the thing. My thought is, I don't think she went out without a fight. I don't think she just sat there and said, okay, why would there be traces of blood throughout the house? And why would they say that the blood, they ran the DNA and it's not from anybody else? It's from her. So I think something happened where she yelled, freaked out, maybe, threw a couple 1-2s. Okay. She gave him the little 2-piece. Boom, boom. Right. Used her cane, whatever. Right. And then bop. So I'm saying bop right in the nose, maybe, or something that stunned her. And then they took her out. I'm telling you right now, this person did not operate alone. If it means that they operated alone, I don't think that they operated alone. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, if they were able to take her single by themselves, then there's somebody else who knows what's going on here, that this is a team effort, which is very, very disturbing, to say the least. So, again, just speculation warning. I really don't think that whoever did this assailant, this piece of trash, I really don't think that this piece of trash, this less than dog water individual was operating alone. They knew exactly where the cameras were. And of course, this is all information from Ashley Banfield. So it's all alleged. But she is still standing 10,000 toes down on her source. And her source said, hey, the cameras, plural, were smashed. Not like they were just taken down. They were smashed. That there was blood throughout the entire house. And that the front door was not the one that was wide open. It was the back door that was wide open. And one piece of information that's showing proof positive that she may be right, her source may be telling her 110% the truth, is because they were circulating around and obsessing about the garage, which would be the back door. Why? Why were they suddenly traipsing around that area so much, bringing in dogs and whatnot? Were they trying to find a weapon or no? Now, of course, in a little over 2 hours from now, we will be getting a press conference from local PD, from Pima County Sheriff's Office. We will be hearing from them. Hopefully, they'll be able to answer some mother-loving questions instead of being like, well, we're here. We're just going to let you guys ask questions. And, we understand this is an ongoing investigation, so we can't really tell a whole lot, but go ahead and ask questions. Hopefully, they just give us answers and information, and we don't have to ask any damn questions today. It's been 48 hours since their last press conference. Let's keep it a bean. Right? So again, like I said, speculation warning. Of course, Ashley Banfield is also saying that the prime suspect, the person that they were looking at, was Tommaso Cioni. Now, Tommaso is Annie Guthrie's husband. Now, I've heard different people say, oh, it's her partner. The last I heard, this was her husband. This is Annie. This is Tommaso. All I can say is anything's possible. There's a lot of people asking a lot of questions. They're looking at everybody, at least all the people that were last to see her alive and breathing. And I feel like that is the simple math that would instantly go. This is the simple math that would go. It would go this way every time. It is typical police procedure for them to look at next of kin, to look at the person that was last to see them alive. Remember Madeline Soto? Man, I haven't said this piece of trash's name in a while, but I'm not going to say his name. Remember Pig Vomit? Do you guys remember Pig Vomit? Little piece of trash. Remember that guy? Well, he's rotting away in prison right now, as he should. Don't drop the soap, homie. But remember Pig Vomit? Yeah. So here's the thing. May Maddie rest in peace. It's one of the worst things that could ever happen to a just turned 13-year-old girl. That story still breaks my heart. But do you remember who the last person it was to see her alive and breathing? Don't worry. It's very simple math. It's the guy who's locked up right now. Pig Vomit. He was the last person to see her alive. He was the last person to drop her off at school. Remember that crap? When in actuality, that didn't really actually happen. He did something very sinister. It was very jacked up, and we heard even worse things. He had all kinds of content, terabytes worth of content of her and all that. And it's that's a whole other Charles Dickens story. All right. We are not here to talk about that. But what I'm trying to point out is this. The last person to be reported to have seen Madeline Soto alive was Pig Vomit. And now Pig Vomit is rotting away in prison, as he rightfully should. Simple math, right? Oh yeah, with his crusty ass head. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. Classic. Don't you dare do that to Krusty. Don't you dare bring up that Krusty hat. That hat. Don't get me. And it was supposed to be fitted. Don't get me started. Fellas, when it's done, it's done. Let it go. Let that hat go. Let it go. Let it flow. Okay. We're not going to talk about that anymore. Moving on, though. The last person to see Madeline Soto alive was Pig Vomit, right? Now he's locked up. These two, allegedly, are the last two people to see Nancy Guthrie alive. They are the ones that said, hey, or at least Annie said, I dropped Mama off. I dropped her off at around 9:30, 9:45. That was the last that I saw her. I went back home, went to bed. Woke up and got this information. Now, here's the thing. I just posted a video this morning. Before we go into this ransom video, okay, because now it is basically saying to me that they believe that ransom note is real. We talked about that last night when it first broke. And it was at the tail end of the show because I was trying to wrap up so I can get ready and be on Court TV, Vinny Politan's show. But to me, they believe that ransom note to be real. That says a lot. That's a big deal. Very big deal. And we are going to look at that video in a second for the second time. But there is something that I did not like. I read it on the show, but it didn't come out right. Okay. Yeah, Corey. Pig Vomit, listen, real quick. When it comes to Pig Vomit he's getting passed around. All right. In a year's time, he's going to be wearing Kool-Aid lipstick, holding the inside pocket of a man named Bubba. Okay? Give it time. Okay? Just give it time. But thank you so much for that super chat. Yeah. Kool-Aid lipstick, inside pocket, Bubba. So here's the thing. There's something that I saw last night that we talked about. And I was reading it and I just didn't comprehend it, I guess, in my mind. It was happening pretty damn quick. There's something weird about this that we need to dive into even more. And it could be nothing, but it could be something too. Here's the thing. We talked about this last night. We read through this and I misread something. Read something. I reread it last night after the show and I was like, oh, damn. Oh, I misunderstood that. I was speed reading it. I'm reading it while I was breaking, blah, blah, blah. And I misread something. And I was wrong. So I want you to know that. So the shocking truth of the mysterious tip off. Yeah, let's ask that question one more time. Who is the caller that called Annie to say Mama Nancy did not show up to church? Now, hold on. There's some information in here. I think that's very important. I just did it as a short before we started this live because I wanted to make sure you guys are seeing that too. I may pin it to the top of the chat when I get a second, and please share that as well because I'd like to know that too. That is a question that I think is it's a burning question for me. Who is the caller? Who's the person that called? You want to know why I'm asking that? Because here's the thing. This part is weird. All right. Obviously, we are all clutching our pearls right now with this whole disappearance and abduction of Nancy Guthrie. Okay. But here's what's interesting. We hear that a fellow congregant called Annie, or at least Annie or Tommaso, to basically say, oh, yeah, your mama didn't show up to church. Now, hold up. If this source, because there's another source that came out and said, well, Nancy ain't shown up to church physically in years. Physically in years. So this is a big deal. She would go and worship online. Since the pandemic, she's been doing that. And I'm sure because she's not able-bodied, she would have to constantly have somebody pick her up and take her to church and all that. It's a lot. But she goes and she streams it online. So here's the part that doesn't make any sense to me at all. All right? This part, and I misread this part, this section. I was blazing through just trying to give you guys the information. But it says, it is understood that St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church is where she goes to church, okay, and where she worships online. But they said it's understood that St. Andrew's does not have a large-scale Zoom call for online viewing. So in other words, it's not like you can see her face on there while she's praising the Lord. No, that's not accurate. So they don't have a Zoom call type of deal. They just live stream. They just live stream like I'm live streaming right here on this show. They do their worship live streams like, I don't know, like Joel Osteen or Elevation Church or any of these other churches that are out here. They don't do the Zoom call. So, it's like, let me see your face. Can I see your face? They're not doing that. Praise the Lord. Love to see all these beautiful faces in this Zoom call. No, they don't do that. They live stream. So here's the thing. Instead, the church's 9 a.m. and 10:45 a.m. services on Sunday are live streamed. And it is impossible for other participants to know who else is watching. Let me do the dun dun dun. Let me say that again. And it is impossible for other participants to know who else is watching. So now my question is this. Who knew that she just suddenly didn't show up to church via live stream? Couple things though. Let me ask you guys this too. First. Let me just make this abundantly clear. Yes, there are ways someone could find out whether or not she was in the chat or like whether or not she was watching the live stream or not. Per example, you guys are all watching the show right now, right? And there's staple names. There are names that I know that are not all the time, but are consistently in the show, which of course, I love you guys all, okay? All the love. But if someone's missing, someone's not showing up, I'm like, oh, okay. I see it in the chat. Oh, I'm used to seeing such and such in the chat. They're not in here today. Okay. You see what I'm saying? But that doesn't automatically mean I'm calling up somebody, you know what I mean? I'm not calling up that particular person's family to be like, oh yeah, your mama didn't show up. That seems a little bit weird, don't you think? It could be Facebook Live. It could be YouTube Live. They stream on both. The St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church. I checked it out. I looked it up. They live stream on both simultaneously. Okay, they simulcast on Facebook and on YouTube, and there's barely any interaction. There's barely any chats going on. So how would this person know that she didn't show up to church if she's just watching it via live stream? Yeah, Nicole, I don't care about y'all. Come on now. It's like, Nicole B wasn't in the show today. Let me call her auntie. Like, how do I have auntie's number? You know what I'm saying? How does this churchgoer, this particular churchgoer that said, oh, Nancy didn't show up. Oh, clutch my pearls. Oh, heavens to Betsy. I learned that from Ashley Banfield too. Heavens to Betsy. Where is she? And then they call Annie? That's a little bit odd, don't you think? Who was this caller? What's the origin story of that? Because they have not confirmed who that person is. They've never said that out loud to anyone, right? So that doesn't make any sense, right? So she goes missing. She doesn't show up to church online because she doesn't show up physically in the church. Yes, she is someone who is known and loved through the church community, but if you're just watching online and you're just going and showing up to a few events, like, you know, at the church, you see what I'm saying? Some church events, maybe it's like, you know, it's Christmas time, so the big Christmas event, or it's Easter, that kind of thing, right? Those things make sense, but this is just a regular Sunday. It's a regular Sunday morning. So again, what is that all about? That doesn't make any sense now, does it? Again, let me tell you, it's understood that church does not have a large-scale Zoom call for online viewing, like some other religious organizations do. Instead, they have a 9 a.m. and a 10:45 a.m. service that is live streamed, and it is impossible for other participants to know who else is watching. Those are all pieces of information that's very important. How in good graces would any person know that she didn't show up watching the service online? Who called? Annie and Tommaso Cioni. Who called? That's the question I'd like to know too. I'm not sitting here saying that this is a huge deal, but it could be a big deal. That piece of information seems a bit weird. Who called Annie? Because here's the thing: two things could be happening. Two separate things could be happening. One, they're lying, which would be a big problem. They're lying about the source calling them, saying, "Hey, Mama didn't show up to church." That's one. Or two, that caller is connected to the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. Hold on, I need to get my caffeine. Hold on. Then flow joke. Exactly. That's the other part too. Hopefully the source is telling the truth about saying that she hasn't physically shown up to church in years. That part is also interesting as well. That's the question I'd like to know on top of that. Who's the person who said, oh, she hasn't shown up to church in years. She just goes and she streams online. Who knows that? How would they know that? Who's the source that gave that information? Let's not forget that part. Seems a little bit weird too. But what really sticks out like a sore thumb is that if or hasn't been physically in church in a long time and she streams because, she's not an able-bodied woman. It's a lot easier to just stream online. She's still there. Then who called and told Annie that piece of information? Then there's another piece that is driving me up the wall, and we have got to get into this. And it could be nothing, and it could very well be something big time. Okay? Take a look at this. And again, we got to take all this with a grain of salt, right? Just like what we heard from Ashley Banfield, we got to take that with a grain of salt as well, right? All the information that we've heard so far, take with a grain of salt. But it's still stuff to ask questions about because they could very well be true. They could be accurate, or it could be a full-on fugazi. We don't know. But I'm asking the questions nonetheless. Here's the other part. So our source did not know who called the family. All right. But of course, she's been loved. She's a known and loved person, a member of the congregation. But moving on. This is the part that drives me nuts, too. And if this information is accurate, right here is kind of driving me crazy. So Annie and Tommaso, I'm assuming it was Tommaso with her, rush over to the house because they get a phone call at around 11 a.m. They live 10 minutes away from her. Makes sense. They want to be close to mama, just in case anything happens for emergencies, etc. And, family over everything, right? So they get there at around 11:10 a.m. and they find her missing. But they don't call police for a whole hour and 5 minutes. Why is that? I talked about this yesterday, but I'm just circling back and looking at that, and I'm side-eyeing that. That timeline seems weird. Allegedly, she was supposed to be at the 10:45 church, 10:45 a.m. service, or the 9 a.m. service. My assumption is she probably gets up really, really early in the morning. So maybe, there's, maybe there's something going on there. That, maybe she gets up and watches the 9 a.m. service to get it out the way, right? But someone somehow knew that she didn't show up to church. Maybe she, it's the thing. Maybe she always types in amen or types in verses. You see what I'm saying? Types in scripture, excerpts from specific, specific, scripture. You know what I mean? I don't know. You see what I'm saying? It just seems a little bit weird, right? But they get a phone call. They drive down there 10 minutes later, 11:10, they show up and they're frantically looking for her. It should not take them an hour to try to find her inside that house or even outside in the backyard. Takes 2 seconds to run through and go, where is she? Where is she? Where is? And I'm telling you right now, if I walk into a place and the place is already in disarray and there's blood on the ground and there's obviously signs of a struggle and the back door or the front door, doesn't matter what door that is wide open, one of them that's leading to the outside is wide open, yeah, I'm calling 911 as soon as possible. As soon as possible, right? That doesn't make any sense. Why would they take an hour and 5 minutes to call 911? Now, again, let me just say this. I'm not sitting here saying that Annie and Tommaso are the bad guys. I'm not sitting here saying that I'm not sitting here saying that they should be prime suspects or anything of that sort. I'm just asking the mother-loving question, right? Just seems a little bit weird, right? Somebody said not so strange. I find it strange. I'm sorry, y'all. I find it very strange. It doesn't take an hour to go through every nook and cranny of that house. It doesn't. Especially if you're sitting there and you know for a fact you either going to find her in her bedroom or you're going to find her in maybe she's like, oh, I'm in the bathroom, or she's in the kitchen, the living room, her office. There's staple spots that she's probably going to be at, just typical, she's always watching her stories. You know what I'm saying? She's always in the living room watching her stories. Man, she loves watching Family Feud. Reruns of Family Feud. She just thinks Steve Harvey is just hilarious. Okay. We should be walking into the house, seeing her right there, sitting on the couch, watching Family Feud. She's not there. The kitchen's right next to the living room. She ain't there either. Check the bathrooms. She ain't there. She most definitely not in the bedroom. Let's look in the back. She's not in the yard. She's definitely not. Check the pool. God forbid she's not in the pool in any type of way. If you get what I'm saying, she's not in the pool. Let's just check around in the shrubbery just to make sure she didn't fall or something like that. She ain't there either. Check the pool house. Okay, she ain't there. Check every, you know what I mean? It doesn't take an hour and 5 minutes to do that. You're moving fast. You don't see her face. You don't see her body anywhere, her presence anywhere. You're calling 911 like that. Why an hour and 5 minutes? Now, you can call me crazy, but the timeline, if this timeline is accurate, that concerns me. Period. That definitely concerns me. But I had to share that with you guys because I do find that a little bit weird, especially the part that they said it would be impossible for them to know whether or not she was live streaming the service in the first place. So how would that person, whoever it may be, know that she didn't show up to the live stream if she's not physically showing up to church? Now, if that information is accurate, that is a huge, huge piece of information. Yes, I'm telling you right now, someone just said this in the chat. Man, that takes at most 5 to 10 minutes. Trust me, if this was my mama, it'd be 2 minutes. Okay? I'd be calling 911 as I'm walking in the house. Not an hour and 5 minutes. I'm sorry. Not at all. No way in hell am I waiting that long. I'm pulling up and I'm dialing 911 as I'm walking into the house. And if I find her, I'd be like, I found her. Thank you. I'm so sorry. Ma, what the hell? You got everybody scared. I just was on the phone with 911. You see what I'm saying? I'm calling immediately. There's no hesitation. You see what I'm saying? That's mama. Come on, man. But that's just me. That's just me. I'm not trying to throw shade on that family. I am praying for that family. Real talk. I am praying for that family. But you know for a fact there would be no hesitation. That freaking 911 would be right there. I'd be calling 911 as I'm pulling up to that mug. I'm on my way. I don't know if she's not picking up. She's not blah, 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 blah. I don't know where she is. I'm freaking out. And I'd be running in that place so fast on the phone. Yeah, I'm still looking. I'm just stay with me, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, her address is such and such and such and such. I don't know where she is. I'm on the phone immediately. An hour and 5 minutes, y'all. Yeah, man. Yeah, goddess. Okay. Yeah, goddess. Okay. Yeah. 5 minutes? As soon as possible, baby. ASAP Rocky. Okay. I'm on that phone. I don't care. No hesitation whatsoever. Okay. But, I am not them and they are not me. That is for sure. And everybody operates differently. For sure. Now, again, we saw this at the end of the show last night. And I want to play it again because I want to be able to break it down a little bit more. Okay. And I, of course, I have this whole video uninterrupted on Facebook. You could go check it out for yourself over there as well. Okay. My heart hurts for this family. It really does. I want whoever did this, whoever's involved, to get the justice quickly and hard. Okay. Now I know a lot of people are thinking that she's already gone. Um, I hope the people who think that she's already gone is wrong. I'm holding on to hope. They truly believe that this ransom note is real. Now, it could be a scam, it could be a fugazi, but it could also be autentico, Italiano. I hope that the ransom note is real, because if the ransom note is real, that means that there's a strong possibility she is still alive. And if she is still alive, they need to show proof of life. That is what they're wanting. They said, they didn't say we want proof of life, but they basically said, please show us that she is for real, alive, and breathing. And then we can get the conversation going. We will do whatever it takes to get her home. But we need proof of life. And they also said something else too, which is a concern of mine as well. It's like now with technology and how AI is AI-ing out here, like AI is AI-ing hard out here in these streets, okay? But you can still tell if it's real or fake. Some of this stuff is so bad, you know? They said basically you need to show us straight up truth without any, without question, that she is alive and well, and this is truly her and not some strange deep fake or AI type of thing. So this is crazy, but I want to play this for you guys, and let's just break this down. All right. Again, we got the press conference in a little over an hour and a half from now, so we are going to be seeing that here in a little bit. But this is just insane. Let's take a look at this message that Savannah and her family, her siblings, Annie and Cameron, just put out last night. Hold on. Come on. There we go.
On behalf of our family, we want to thank all of you for the prayers for our beloved mom, Nancy. We feel them, and we continue to believe that she feels them too. Our mom is a kind, faithful, loyal, fiercely loving woman of goodness and light. She's funny, spunky, and clever. She has grandchildren that adore her and crowd around her and cover her with kisses. She loves fun and adventure. She is a devoted friend. She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
The light is missing from our lives. Nancy is our mother. We are her children. She is our beacon. She holds fast to joy in all of life's circumstances. She chooses joy day after day, despite having already passed through great trials of pain and grief. We are always going to be merely human, just normal human people who need our mom. Mama.
Hold on. Let me roll that. Let me roll that back again. Hold on. I don't know. Something seems. Yeah. So just so you guys know, this is Cameron, the brother. Okay. So he had just gotten into town yesterday. All right. So he has other things going on. He just came into town. Annie right here is the one that lives 10 minutes away from Nancy, from her mom. And of course, the one in the middle is Savannah Guthrie. Okay. Yeah, I think it seems like she wrote a poem. It seems like that. I don't know, but I want to roll it back again, um, real quick. I'm sorry because it just seems like a little. I don't know. It just seems a little disjointed. It's just me, but okay. Let's hear a little bit. Let's just do that again.
Of goodness and light. She's funny, spunky, and clever. She has grandchildren that adore her and crowd around her and cover her with kisses. She loves fun and adventure. She is a devoted friend. She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
The light is missing from our lives. Nancy is our mother. We are her children. She is our beacon. She holds fast to joy in all of life's circumstances. She chooses joy day after day, despite having already passed through great trials of pain and grief. We are always going to be merely human, just normal human people who need our mom.
Yeah. You know, here's the thing. Yeah, it seems like she's reading like a poem for sure. Um, Now I know everybody's like analyzing every single nuanced thing that comes out of everybody's face here. Um, just to defend Cameron for a second. All right. Uh, and this, I don't mean to sound any type of way, but he might be a man of very little words. You know, he may be a man of action rather than a man of words. Because I know everybody's like, why isn't he this, that, and the third? He could just very well be just a good old fashioned guy. Hate to say it like that, but it could very well be like that. Maybe he's not the kind to be like all emotional, you know, welling up in tears, that kind of thing on camera. Maybe he's not the kind of guy who's used to being on camera. His sister is. You see what I'm saying? I just don't think that doesn't mean that he's calloused or doesn't care. He's there. He wants his mama home. Everyone deals with trauma, grief, etc., completely different. And he could just very well be like a guy's guy. And that's it. And that could be military training as well. I mean, put all that into this guy's body real quick. And I'm sure he just flew into this mug. Literally, he just flew in and he's finding out about all this stuff. You know, I'm sure he's trying to process everything. And he's also trying to be there and be the strong one. You know what I mean? Be the rock for his sisters. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So he's going through a lot. And he just got there. So there's no reason to side-eye him at all. He wasn't there, you know? I know that, yeah, there could be things that can be done. You know, he could have had somebody do it for him, blah, blah, blah. But I don't see it like that. I really don't. I don't. I just think he's a guy with two sisters. You see what I'm saying? He's got to hold it down. He's got to be the solid. He's got to be the foundation, you know, or this whole thing's going to crumble. You see what I'm saying? So that's one thing. Now, Annie, we gonna talk. We gonna talk. We gonna talk. We gonna talk.
Mama, if you're listening, we need you to come home. We miss you.
Our mom is our heart and our home. She is 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile. She lives in constant pain. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive. She needs it not to suffer. We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media. As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk.
Boom. That means they know or they feel that this ransom note is real. Now, I want you guys to remember this. Police did say that they showed one of those ransom notes to Savannah. Somehow she heard it or she saw it with her own two eyes. And in this ransom note, they said certain things that Mama was wearing and you know, how the place looked, you know, the disarray of the area, so on and so forth. They said pieces of information basically saying, we know for a fact, or we want to make sure you know for a fact that we have your mama. She was wearing this. She didn't have this on her. She, you know, there was a tussle inside the house. There's X, Y, and Z messed up inside the house right now, blah, blah, blah. So they said some pieces of information to make it abundantly clear that they have her. They sent that. They showed that to Savannah. And Savannah believes that to be real. That's the reason why she's like, we are ready to talk. We've heard this. We are ready to talk. We have seen the ransom note. We understand that the ransom note is here. We are here and ready to talk. By any means necessary, we just want to get our mama home. That is a massive piece of information, guys. If you ask me, they believe that this ransom note is real. Now, what is going to happen? What are they going to do? Right? What's next?
However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated.
AI.
We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. Please reach out to us. Mommy, if you are hearing this, you are a strong woman. You are God's precious daughter, Nancy. We believe and know that even in this valley, He is with you. Everyone is looking for you, Mommy, everywhere. We will not rest. Your children will not rest until we are together again. We speak to you every moment, and we pray without ceasing, and we rejoice in advance for the day that we hold you in our arms again. We love you, Mom.
Love you, Mom.
We love you, Mom. Stay strong.
We love you, Mom. We love you.
Okay. So here's the thing. What's the next move? They put out this information. They put out this plea, this desperate plea to basically say, please send her home. Bring her home. Please. But we are willing to work things out. We're willing to talk. We're willing to try to make something happen. But we also need proof of life. We need proof that she's still alive. Now, here's the thing. That ransom note could still be a fake. There are plenty of disgusting, disturbing pieces of trash out here in this world that will try to use this as an opportunity because they know that at least Savannah Guthrie got money, that she got deep pockets, $7 to $8 million a year. Is a lot of money. Okay, she's very, very wealthy. She's very good at what she does. So damn right she makes that money. But why make her own mother suffer in this way? I still can't believe this is real. Like, I'm telling you guys, I'm sorry. When was the last time we saw a ransom abduction ever? I've never seen this in my own life. I've never witnessed this. You know, I've never seen this in my life. All right. It's very strange. Very strange that we're seeing something like this. Like, I feel like this is supposed to be a movie, right? Jean Benet. Well, I mean, I knew, like, well, back in the day, I mean, I knew about the case, but I didn't, I wasn't covering true crime back then. You see what I'm saying? I'm just talking about in this day and age and my life covering true crime, et cetera. We've seen people, kids going missing. We've seen, unalivings, et cetera. But I've never seen anything like this before, ever. I've never witnessed this in my lifetime, or at least in this career of covering the news. I have never seen, like I said, we are living in the upside down right now. It is so strange. It is so strange, right? But here's the thing. What's next? What's next after they put out this and they're saying it's your move now? Your move, monsters. Show us proof of life, and then we'll talk. But first, we need to make sure she's alive. If she ain't alive, or if they're lying, then we ain't got nothing to talk about. It is odd, okay? I'm holding on in hopes that she's still alive. That's what I'm holding on to. I feel like she's still alive. I think that this ransom note could very well be true and very real. Because here's the thing. You got a ransom note that is giving out information that only police know, really. There's information that's coming out that's leaking from sources to the likes of Ashley Banfield, but that's about it. Who else is out here getting that information and using that information to turn it into a ransom note to see if they can scoop a bag? That seems a little bit odd, don't you think? Unless there's somebody within the local PD and the FBI that are trying to use this as an opportunity to scoop a bag. They're going to realize how dumb they are when they don't produce proof of life of Nancy Guthrie. Or let's just say they're able to fake something and show proof of life to the family, right? At some point, they're going to have to produce Nancy Guthrie alive and breathing. So no matter what, they're dumb. Because if they're lying, it's only going to get exposed very, very quickly. Here's the other levels of dumb these assailants are. Let me explain to you how dumb these assailants are. And thank God they're dumb. One, they sent out an email. These ransom notes were sent in an email. Then they said, Bitcoin. We want cryptocurrency, millions of dollars in cryptocurrency. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if they use the VPN or they try to bounce their location all over the country, all over the world even. It doesn't matter. They can do in minutes, what they weren't able to do back in the day. They could trace all that stuff and go all the way back down to some snot-nosed kid in freaking Louisiana, you know what I mean, that's just trying to be a dick. I'll say it. But that's only a matter of time. But for right now, this family believes that ransom note is real. So now the ball is in their court. The ball is in those monsters' court. So let's see what happens. I'm sure there will be a response I'm hoping as soon as today, that will show proof positive that it's real or it's fake. We shall see. Let me pull this up. Man, this is just insane. Like, I remember this like, oh man, there's so many wild cases and stories I've seen that I didn't cover. I just remember seeing him as a kid, just growing up and everything. But this is one I've just never seen ever. Now I know you guys are like Jean-Benet Ramsey, that kind of thing, but I've never seen. I wasn't following that when I, you know what I mean, when that whole thing was going down. You know what I mean? So this is all brand new. This is all brand new to me. But let's take a look at this. We got a lot to go into. There's a lot to talk about. And of course, we're looking at breaking, as much breaking news as we can. A little over an hour and 20 minutes from now, they're supposed to be having this press conference, which I'm really looking forward to. I'm hoping that the press conference is not a waste of time. But from my understanding, Kash Patel and the FBI, well, Kash Patel is going to be there. From my understanding, he's going to be at the press conference. He's already boots on the ground in Tucson as well, spearheading this search and spearheading this whole situation. So the FBI is most definitely involved. Trump said that he's pulling out all the stops to help Savannah Guthrie and her family to try to find Nancy Guthrie. So Trump is involved. Okay, the president is involved. Kash Patel is involved. FBI is involved. So we'll see what's going on. And then, of course, we'll see if they get the job done. Kash Patel. We'll see. The press conference is supposed to be happening in about an hour and a half, and an hour and 20 minutes from now. It's supposed to be happening at 12 p.m. Central Standard Time, 11 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. Okay. That's what time it is over there. They're an hour behind me. All right. So let us take a look at this video.
Begin with Alicia Acuna live outside the home where Nancy was taken. Hi, Alicia.
Hi, Brian. And as we head into day 5 since Nancy Guthrie was last seen, law enforcement continues to say there is still no credible information to indicate that this was a targeted incident, and they have not yet given details on what led investigators to return to Nancy Guthrie's home late in the day on Wednesday. Federal and local authorities came back to the scene, which they had previously cleared, to cordon it off with police tape while they searched the property once again. Agents could be seen tracing the back of the home and also the garage. Before their arrival, the Pima County Sheriff's Department released a statement saying detectives did have follow-up work to do. Law enforcement was also seen at Savannah Guthrie's sister Annie's house. The family is believed to be gathered there. It's possible agents assisted the Guthrie children in making that video that they released last night. NBC News reports sources tell them Guthrie's pacemaker appeared to be disconnected from its monitoring app early in the morning on Sunday. The Sheriff's Department, in a statement on Tuesday, saying we have not released specific timeframes related to this device. As previously stated, investigators are working to review any available data that may assist in this investigation. The Sheriff's Department is also attempting to knock down rumors and reports they have identified a potential suspect. The department says that's not true, adding unverified accusations or false information is irresponsible and does not assist the investigation, reiterating they do not have a suspect or person of interest. And last night, hundreds of people gathered for a candlelight vigil at a local church to offer prayers and support for Nancy's family and her safe return. The FBI Director Kash Patel is expected to arrive in Tucson, Arizona at some time to assist in this, rather lead this investigation. We are also expecting a news conference later this afternoon for an update on the investigation. Back to all of you.
Okay, thank you, Alicia.
Thanks, Alicia.
Let's bring in Paul Morrow, Fox News contributor, retired NYPD inspector. Paul, we were just talking, saying, any chance she had a car there? Is her car missing? Do we know maybe how she ended up leaving the house?
Well, we don't know that now, and that information has not been released to my knowledge, whether or not she had a car. But that said, we know that she wasn't very ambulatory and that she couldn't walk very far. So even were she to have had a car, you have to assume she would need help to do shopping, to get herself in and out of, let's say, a doctor's office, things like that. So it does argue that there was probably a good amount of help that she was getting in and out of her house. And that certainly is going to be a pinch point that the detectives are going to be focusing on as they try to figure out who was familiar enough with the house to do what they did, stay out of sight of the cameras, remove the cameras, and potentially, as you say, maybe avoid leaving, let's say, footprints or tire tracks, because almost certainly a car was involved here. And if you can get fresh tracks off of tires, which, this is not New York City where it's all asphalt. You have sort of desert dust here, so to speak, and you could probably get very good tracks. So in that case, you could try to narrow down at least the size of the car. Was it a truck? Because the vehicle, I think, here is going to be a potentially important thing if they can narrow it down.
But Paul, what?
I mean, again, it is a very important piece, which I don't understand why they have not released the make of the car if they know the make of the mother-loving car. Let's be real, y'all. This is dumb that they have not put out that information. You see what I'm saying? Like, the fact that they have not put out that information, I got a big problem with that, guys. I got a big freaking problem with that, y'all. It aggravates me because it's like, all right, they're going, okay, we're still trying to find her. We're still trying to figure all this stuff out. We don't know where she is. We don't know where she is. We still are just trying to figure things out. Things are still in the embryo stage and all that. And I'm like, how is it still in the embryo stage? It's been 5 days now, right? 5 mother-loving days. We're on the 5th day right now. They haven't even put out not even a grain of evidence, not even a grain of info for the people that are in the area so that they can at least keep an eye out for a car, at least a mother-loving car. Like I said before, the Tyler Robinson case or the Charlie Kirk case, I know how everybody feels about it. I know it splits the room, but no matter what, police were able to at least put out a photo and be like, listen, we need the public's help to find this assailant. Here's what he looks like. Here is the photos. And then what happened? The guy was turned in, right? Now, I know some people don't believe that. That's fine. But nonetheless, they at least turned to the public and said, here's the footage. You see him jumping off the rooftop. You see him doing this, that, and the third. Here are some stills from security cameras of him walking up and down these stairs and blah, blah, blah. He's obviously a scrawny, skinny, scrawny guy, and he's of this build, and he's a white male and blah, 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 right? They haven't said anything. They haven't shown us anything. We're getting information from reporters like Brian Entin and all that. Shout out to Brian Entin, okay? Shout out to Brian Entin. But at the same time, like, that's all we're getting. What the heck is that? Right? That's all we're getting. We're getting it from outside sources and whatnot. They need to just say, hey, here's what we have. Here's the information. And now we need the public's help because this assailant or assailants are still at large and they could be very dangerous to anybody else. How about all these other people that live down that street that live in these $1 million homes? You don't think that they have money too? You don't think that they could just go down to another house and just take somebody else as well and demand a ransom? I'm just saying, it just doesn't make sense. Oh, the crime scene is released. It can go back to the family. And then suddenly, nope, we got to bring it, turn it back into a crime scene when it should have just stayed a crime scene. Right? So this is just sloppy work, y'all. It's just sloppy work.
About the breaking news, though, about them removing the monitoring device, the pacemaker, from the app. So you got a better timeline now that investigators can work with, because the person that removed the device is probably the person that's responsible for this. But it also tells us that they didn't want her tracked, which means that she may be alive.
Right. I mean, I would agree with that. And that certainly seems to be first blush. We don't know how much the person knew about her medical condition, et cetera. But if the reporting is accurate, what it does do is it gives you a really pretty close estimation of when she was removed from the home, leaving the phone there. My understanding is the way it works is the following. The pacemaker emits a low energy signal that connects to either your watch or the phone. And once you are out of range of that, it's not connecting anymore. The pacemaker itself doesn't have the energy to connect, let's say, to a cell tower. So once you're out of range of the phone or the watch, which are interconnected in the Apple system, then you're not going to get that signal anymore. Now, let's be clear. That doesn't mean the pacemaker stops working.
Right.
It continues to work. It just doesn't signal to the phone. And so as a result, you can't track it.
So, Paul, if I put you in that press conference,
Yeah, and I do want to make that abundantly clear, just because some people are just tripping and saying because the pacemaker isn't connected to the phone, that means it stopped working, therefore she dead. No, it just means that it just went out of range in connection to the phone or any of her Apple devices. Okay, it's the same thing. You take a phone, you're playing, Bluetooth, like a Bluetooth speaker, and you're hanging out or whatever. And you go onto the other side of the house as you're just cleaning your house, and you got mood music on, cleaning music on, right? And you're playing your favorite tunes, and you have the phone in your pocket as you're cleaning around. It goes out of range from the Bluetooth speaker, and it starts short circuiting and being weird and choppy. But then when you get closer to the speaker, then you have a strong signal and everything's fine. It's the same thing. It does not mean that she lost her life. You see what I'm saying? So again, we got a press conference that is going to be happening in about an hour, an hour and 9 minutes from now. Okay, guys? An hour and 9 minutes from now, we will be checking that out. So stay tuned. All right. There's a lot to look into. And so we're taking that time to look into all of this stuff. But a press conference will be happening in a little over an hour from now. Okay.
conference today, knowing what you know and with the experience that you have, what question could you ask that would get an answer?
Well, the first thing I would ask is what's the status on the cameras? Because they've already said that it didn't feed, the cameras that she had did not feed up to a cloud. Fair enough. But where did they feed to? Are the cameras themselves missing? I'd also like to know what is the indications of when the cameras were taken? Can they track when the cameras were removed? Does it look like there's weathering after the cameras were removed, which would argue that maybe the cameras were removed a week ago? So who was there a week ago? I'd also like to know a lot about the digital forensic footprint. Let's assume that the perp did not, or a series of perps, because it could be more than one. History shows usually it's more than one, because you need other people, not for the extraction here, not for the horrible abduction, but to handle the logistics of secreting her someplace. Again, historic examples show you need more than one person. Somebody has to watch her. Somebody goes, gets food, and you have to communicate. At some point, they're going to want to communicate. Well, you're not going to pick up your phone and communicate right from where you are. I'm sure they have all kinds of things they're trying to work through. Why TMZ? That doesn't really pan for me. Why not the network she works for? It suggests a certain level of amateurism. And
I don't agree entirely. I think that they thought about it. First off, remember, there was another news station that received it as well. They didn't say anything. Okay? They didn't say anything about it. They sent it straight to police. They did not report it, which understandably, I get that. All right? That's honestly the right thing to do. TMZ, first off, is a massive platform. Okay? And they would most definitely put this stuff out immediately. And that's exactly what they wanted. They wanted this information out. In fact, these monsters that sent this ransom note to TMZ, I'm sure they're pissed because they thought that maybe TMZ would read the entire letter to the public without redacting, without hiding information, just put it out there, right? I'm sure these monsters that sent out that ransom note are angry about that. Like, damn, you could have at least said the whole thing. We want everybody to know what we want, right? They sent that to them for a reason. They wanted it to be a big deal. They want the pressure on the Guthries. That's what they're doing. Now, if it is real and it's not just some fake buttholes out here doing this for some strange reason, then they want some sort of publicity over this situation. They want publicity over it, but they also want to put pressure on the likes of Savannah Guthrie and her siblings. Mainly Savannah Guthrie. Remember, she's the one who's on TV. She's the one who does media. She's the one who covers all kinds of different things. They wanted this whole story and that ransom note to be as big as Savannah Guthrie. If it's as big of a deal, and if it's as detrimental at the size of Savannah Guthrie's name, there's going to be pressure on Savannah Guthrie to fork over the money. You see what I'm saying? There's going to be a new amount of urgency, because here's the thing. Now the pressure is on, because the whole world will be watching Savannah Guthrie and going, what's she going to do? Because they'll be like, oh, God forbid she tries to negotiate with them for a lower price. It's your mom. How dare you? You have the money. You see what I'm saying? The pressure is on. If they were to sit there and say, what if she behind closed doors says, I ain't paying that? If it wasn't out here in the public? Think about that for a second. Think about that. I'm not saying that she would. Hell to the no. I'm just saying. What if she's like, I ain't got that. I ain't got it. I ain't got it. There's no way I'm paying that. No. You see what I'm saying? They wanted that ransom note to be as big of a deal because they wanted that pressure on the Guthries. Because if they get that pressure from the world staring at the Guthries going, what are they going to do next? They're going to have to pay. And they're going to have to pay without question. Except that's why they did the video. That's precisely why they did the video, guys. Think about it. They did that video for a reason. Not only just to be like, we want proof of life, but it's like, oh, okay, you putting the ransom note out here. You really wanted it out there for the whole world, on the world stage. We're putting our response out on the world stage too. We want her home. We'll do whatever we need to do, but we want proof of life. You put it out there saying that you have her. Okay, bet. Show your cards. Show us proof of life. If you don't have it, then we're not going to talk. Then we're not willing to talk. You see what I'm saying? It's a smart move. It's a necessary move. But this ransom note, these buttholes, put that out there because they wanted that pressure on that family, because they want that money by Monday. They want that money by next Monday. No questions asked. Period. So again, very interesting, guys. Let's continue.
As I said, the digital forensics. Let's assume they didn't have a phone and it didn't hit the cell tower in that location. What about previously? Did she have social media? Could it be that they're aware of some of the details of her life from just watching her online? Or did Savannah Guthrie put out stuff online innocently as part of her celebrity, essentially, that they were able to glean details from? So I would be digging very hard at all of those digital footprints going backwards to see if there's a repeat person in any of this thing as a commonality, considering the idea that there may have been some surveillance, recon, planning, that kind of thing.
Paul, thank you so much. A lot happening behind the scenes. I'm sure they're interviewing everybody who works for the family, who comes in and out of, goes in and out of the house.
When you hear about the app being removed, the device removed from the nexus of people shrinks because they had to know about it and know how to get in it. So you're dealing with this is great for investigators in check.
This is precisely the reason why I feel like this is most definitely somebody that knew her personally, knew her well enough, to know the ins and outs of of this situation. It's just like I said, this is absolutely crazy. I don't know what else. This is nuts. For them to go, oh yeah, I know they knew exactly where the cameras were. They removed the cameras. The videos apparently were not sent up to the cloud, at least. So either somebody went in, hacked into her account, or was able to get her account or already knew her account because they are close with her and the family, and they were able to turn off maybe a feature on there, basically saying there's no need, you know what I mean? Turning off the feature of like, no, I don't want it to save on the cloud and I don't want it to be saved on a hard drive. That's possible. You know, if you have something sitting around for years and years and years and years and years, or for a significant amount of time, you're not checking those things every day. You know, the security cameras, you're just thinking that the security cameras are functioning. You're not looking back and going, wait, oh, that the hard drive for the security cameras are gone. Where is that? You're not thinking about those things if you're just doing regular day-to-day life. You're not. So again, it's like, again, family members allegedly knew the passwords of the security cams. Those are the first people I start looking at. Who are these members of the family that knew that stuff? Were they at all anywhere near that house before, months before, or days before she was taken, right? But yeah, like I said, it's very strange to know that she has a pacemaker. That's the other thing too. If they were to know that she had a pacemaker, and they wanted to make sure that her self was away from that phone, then you got the apps for the security cam. That means somebody knew something. Okay? That means somebody knew, this person or this team of people knew something. So strange.
Checking people out.
Yeah, John Roberts just wrote me, as Paul Morrow kind of answered in real time. When you move away from your phone, it doesn't mean you shut off the pacemaker, and it doesn't mean you shut off the connection. It just so happens if you separate the two, they'll disconnect.
Right.
So it might have been unintentional, the disconnection. Doesn't mean they actually knew she had a pacemaker.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see. So she just was so far away from her phone.
Yeah, it would automatically
that it automatically disconnected. So that person might not know.
Yep.
Crazy.
We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media. As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk. However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. Please reach out to us.
So Savannah Guthrie and her siblings addressing their mother's kidnapper directly, pleading for proof of life amid reports of a possible ransom note. Let's bring in Abel Pena, a director of Project Absentee and a retired FBI special agent with extensive experience in kidnapping. Special agent, thanks so much for joining the program. Abel, take me to the breaking news of the pacemaker and the loss of connection. What can we learn, law enforcement learn from that?
Well, simply that the pacemaker, it's not a beacon or a tracking device. Okay, that's the short answer. It doesn't help law enforcement. Now, the good news is it's like a Bluetooth device. It does emit a signal. It's for the Apple Watch that she has. But the pacemaker continues to work. It continues to run. So there's no issues there. But unfortunately, it doesn't cause any. The signal that's out there doesn't put out there. There's no issue of triangulation. They can't triangulate. They can't. It's no continuous signal that police can broadcast or anything like that. So it's good that she's got the pacemaker. It's operational. But unfortunately for law enforcement, it doesn't serve as any kind of tracking device at all.
Do you think this helps in any way of lowering or limiting the pool of people that you're now investigating?
I think that's a good question. I think what law enforcement is probably doing is they're going back. I know they went back to the house to. Perhaps there was new evidence that they uncovered. They went back there. They looked at they may have recanvassed re-interviewed. Maybe there were some inconsistent statements that were out there that they had to clear up. It's routine especially when new evidence surfaces, and sometimes the case takes a different direction. And so they have to go back and re-interview and just kind of nail down those statements. So that way that the timeline, they can fit the timeline in and really just determine exactly when Ms. Guthrie disappeared.
Abel, can you speak to the statement that was crafted by the family yesterday, and then finally speaking directly to what they believe, and I think the Bureau suspects maybe a hostage situation, and the words they use there?
Well, I think it's very important because the FBI, we have the Behavioral Analysis Unit, we have the Crisis Negotiation Unit, and those units are very important because what they do is they help the families craft the statement that they put out, and they have to be very carefully worded, not to incite any problems with the abductor. And what they're trying to do is carefully craft it where there's perhaps less emotion and more direction. Now, again, the abductor kind of has the upper hand. He's conveyed the note. From what I understand, it was a message sent to TMZ and to a local station out there. But I think it's very important that the family stay connected. What's also important is that the law enforcement is going to direct them not to take matters in their own hands, not to meet with anybody, because there are a lot of scams going on. There could be a hoax. So that's very important that the family stay connected with law enforcement, that they continue to engage them and be directed by what law enforcement tells them to do. And again, they cannot take any unilateral action to meet with anybody, to pay anybody out. Again, it's just the cooperation between law enforcement and the family at this point.
And as you know all too well, Abel, in these situations, when time is happening, it's when family rightfully start to get frustrated when they don't have all the answers. That's why it's so critical to stay in contact. And I know Savannah has been working with law enforcement for years and knows this process all too well, but it's different when you're a victim. Abel Pena, thanks so much for joining the program.
I mean, this is, obviously we already know this is really scary and very touch and go about everything. We got a little over 50 minutes from the press conference. It'll be happening in less than an hour from now. But I want to go over to the Today Show and hear what, they've been doing some coverage on it. And apparently a lot of the co-hosts that work with Savannah are very emotional over this situation. In fact, one of her co-hosts that was also supposed to be doing he's also supposed to be covering the Olympics this Friday. He pulled out of his position because of what's going on here. So this is a unified front, over at the Today Show. A lot of people are very worried and are standing with her in solidarity. So this is also crazy. It's heartbreaking, guys. Let's take a look at this.
Investigators swarming Nancy Guthrie's home in a renewed search for clues in the disappearance of Savannah's mom. The multi-agency team, including FBI agents, sheriff's deputies, and a Border Patrol canine unit, entering the property behind new yellow crime scene tape. It's the first time we've seen this type of activity since the 84-year-old went missing early this week. And overnight, Savannah and her siblings, Annie and Cameron, releasing that heart-wrenching video. Two people briefed on the investigation say the FBI special agent in charge was seen at a Guthrie family home where it's believed the video was recorded. NBC News is also aware of multiple reports of ransom notes sent to news organizations. No law enforcement agency has substantiated them, but they are being investigated. NBC News has not seen the notes.
A white female, 84 years of age, 5C medium build.
Now, 5 days after this police dispatch call that started the search for Savannah's mom, authorities are also looking into what appears to be blood found outside the home, according to two senior officials briefed on the investigation. Those officials also say Guthrie's pacemaker appears to have disconnected from its monitoring app in the early morning hours on Sunday, the day she was reported missing. President Trump reaching out to Savannah on the phone Wednesday and later posting, "I am directing all federal law enforcement to be at the family's and local law enforcement's complete disposal immediately."
I want to point something out. No. I'm just very happy that I'm just really happy that Trump likes Savannah. I hate to say it like that, but I feel like I don't know if he would help her if he liked Savannah. I'm just going to be real. I don't think he would have helped her. Sorry, he's kind of a savage. But you know how he roll, you know? I'm surprised. I'm just happy that he likes Savannah, because I don't know if she would get all the resources like this. You know what I mean? But let's continue.
We are deploying all resources to get her mother home safely. In Tucson last night, a prayer service organized by some of Savannah's longtime friends. Shelly Shamrell and Savannah bonded 30 years ago while working at Tucson's local NBC station. And she says Nancy became like a second mom to her.
She is just the most loving, kind, warm, smart person who is so revered in this community.
A family, a community, and the entire nation now praying for Nancy Guthrie's safe return.
And as the search continues, investigators are still trying to figure out if they'll be able to recover any of the video footage from those overnight hours taken from Nancy Guthrie's surveillance cameras. Google, which owns Nest Cameras, tells us that they are now assisting law enforcement in that investigation. And we do hope to get more information on all of this later today. The Pima County Sheriff's Office is expected to give another update. Craig.
Liz Court's Force there in Arizona. Liz, thank you. We're joined now by Tom Winter, our national law enforcement correspondent, and NBC News law enforcement analyst, Jim Kavanaugh. Good morning to both of you, gentlemen. Jim, I'll start with you. Savannah and her siblings, they put out this emotional video, SG saying, quote, "We are ready to talk. We are ready to listen." What would be the goal, Jim, in putting out a video like that? How could it potentially advance the investigation?
Well, this is the family reaching out, Craig, to the abductors and saying, look, first, let's talk about mom. Let's humanize mom. You know, she has grandchildren. They love her. Children, they love her. She's just a loving grandmother, mother. Humanize her. And the family talks about Nancy and humanizes her with the abductors because she's been just an object to the abductors, an object of their goal, which either is money or some messaging, we don't quite know yet. So that's very important. I think it was excellent they did that. They need to humanize Nancy. And they also say, we're ready to listen. Hear the family. We want to listen. We want to hear what you want. Do you want money? Do you want a message? What is it you want? Tell us. We want to listen. And they talk about, the world of manipulated voices. In other words, they know about these ransom notes. They specifically discuss it. But there's manipulated voices, so we don't know if it's really the abductors. We don't know if it's really you. So reach out to us and let us know. And then, of course, they strengthen mom. They kind of close with strengthening mom. We're all looking. We're all here. We're not going to give up. So there's a lot of messaging there from the family. It's very, very good.
Jim.
The abductors, Craig, just to close, they went to a lot of effort to break in, to assault Nancy, to take her away, to hide her out. They went to a whole lot of effort. And now they have to close their circle for their goal, and that is they have to communicate. So the best thing they can do, their best options, the abductors, is to release Nancy, leave her at the foot of a church somewhere, a store, or take the step to communicate to see if you can reach your goal.
Jim, really quickly, does the family putting out that video, does that then confirm the authenticity of the ransom note or ransom notes?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
In fact, I think what the family's saying is it's still a question. There's a lot of manipulated voices. This could be someone in Kathmandu saying, send Bitcoin. We don't know who that is.
Okay.
In other words, the kidnappers took a lot of risk to do this. They're going to have to take an additional step to communicate if they want to reach their goal. I would expect that if they've seen this, I'm sure it's been everywhere, and they may drop a letter, a snail mail package with something. And once they can make the connection and there's some proof that they are the abductors, a piece of jewelry from Nancy, some hair, a picture, a video, then the communication can happen where they try to reach their goals, whatever that is. We don't even know, but that's what's going to happen. That's what should happen, or we want to happen, either the communication or release her.
Yeah.
If your crime has not worked, release her. I think, just to close, I think they got too big too fast. They took Nancy, whether they knew it was Savannah's mom or not, or they just thought it was a wealthy person, or they knew it was Savannah's mom. This thing got real big real fast.
Hold on. Let me just say this. First off, of course, they're going to have to do a lot to show proof positive that, that they have her. That's number one for sure. I'm hoping that they do some sort of, I'm hoping that they just send, a video of the mom saying that she's alive and okay. I just don't think sending a package of just sending her over her hair or sending a piece of jewelry is going to be enough. You see what I'm saying? There needs to be more of her talking, blinking, waving, saying that she's okay and that she's alive and breathing. I just don't think just hair is going to handle or, remedy the concerns. Here's the other thing too, sending her hair. Here's the other thing too. They want the money ASAP. They don't want the money next month. They want the money as soon as Monday. If the information is true, they want the money as soon as Monday. So yeah, they could send a couple strands of hair or something like that. But is that really going to suffice? That is too slow. The easiest way for these monsters would be throw up the phone, make a video, having her hold something, you know what I mean? Holding a freaking newspaper or something, I don't know, showing proof positive that she's alive and well, and keep it moving. But if they were to send other pieces of stuff, that's not going to be enough. At least not in my personal opinion. That's not enough. You know what I'm saying? So let's continue.
And so their concern now is the communication. We're concerned about, we're apprehensive about doing it. And that's their decision right now. They got to either do it or release Nancy. That's their two best options.
All right, Tom, let me bring you in here. Authorities are holding this press conference a little later this afternoon. What are we expecting to hear? And also, what are investigators focusing on right now?
Yeah, I would like to get two key things here today. The first is any new fact from the investigation that doesn't compromise it, whether it's a detail of what happened that night or, hey, we've had people calling in about this. We would like to know more about that, whatever that is that they're looking for. Perhaps an image, even if it's the most grainy image of a car that was leaving there. You look at a map, we have a map of generally of Nancy mom's house in that neighborhood. There are intersections all over this area. We've got a highway there in green. We've got even a larger map. We're going to show you the interstates in the broader area of the Tucson. You're looking there at a key interstate that goes through there. All those major intersections, there are automated license plate readers. People hear license plate readers say, well, they're looking for a license plate. They need a specific detail. No. If somebody could call in and say, I saw that green Honda, that black Chevy Tahoe, whatever it is, they can feed that into the system. That might be very helpful as far as finding this person. The other thing that I think would be good to pick up on what Jim was saying is if there was an easy way, Savannah is talking to you now, whoever did this, she's talking with you. It would be great if they could make it easy to find a way to get that person to talk to Savannah as well. You've got an opportunity for those two to talk, for there to be a proof of life, to get to a point here where there is a dialogue. If there's a dialogue, there's hope for Nancy.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Jim. And of course, we will bring you the very latest updates. NBC News will have live coverage of today's news conference from the Pima County Sheriff's Department. And again, we're asking anyone with any information, please call that phone number on your screen, 1-800-CALL-FBI.
Yeah, guys, this is going to be a very I hope it's not a bumpy ride. You see what I'm saying? I'm hoping that everything that needs to be done is done in one fell swoop with no issues, nothing like that at all, but we'll see.
We begin this morning with the latest on the search for Savannah's beloved mother, Nancy.
Most days, of course, Savannah greets you right here from this desk. But this morning, our dear friend has a very different message.
Savannah, alongside her siblings, Annie and Cameron, releasing a video statement on Instagram and sending direct messages to their mom and whoever may have abducted her.
We want to play that video for you right now in its entirety.
Now, we already saw it, so there's, I was hoping that it would be more, but let's see this last bit.
Sending our love to the entire family this morning.
Hey,
Yeah, so this is just the whole, that's just the video itself, like we've already seen. But man, is this some really, really scary stuff. This is some really, 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 really scary stuff. But, and, you know, and of course the news cycle is going ham on this and basically saying, yeah, you know, everyone's reacting to this video from Savannah. You know, it doesn't feel real, you know. I think we can all agree on that. Now, some people are reacting and saying that because of a piece that she did on her show about growing up in that house, this is one of the reasons why that maybe this caused some interest to her house. Take a look at this. This is an article we got to take a look at. But it's saying video that's haunting Savannah Guthrie. Now, we don't know. This is just assumption, okay? But today's show footage of missing mother Nancy sends NBC into meltdown. So just under 3 months ago, this is interesting. I didn't know it was that soon. So just under 3 months ago, Savannah Guthrie returned to her hometown of Tucson for a nostalgic tour visiting the place that shaped her upbringing. That is insane. So just under 3 months ago, she did a special segment on the NBC show, the Today Show, in November, framed Tucson as the city where her quote unquote soul is home, with a focus on family and community. So her mother, Nancy Guthrie, which we already know, made a rare on-air appearance toasting to the gentle desert town she had lived in since the 1970s. Now, however, there is a growing concern behind the scenes at NBC that the feature may have inadvertently placed Nancy in danger. See, now I heard about the special, or like the special, you know, segment that she did with her mom, and apparently they went inside their home, the mom's home, and you know, inside her childhood home, from my understanding, and they were, you know, hanging out and doing things. So maybe somebody saw something that sparked interest in going into that home and taking her mom. Maybe. So the growing concerns placed her in danger. It is believed that she was abducted, which we already know. We already know about her not failing to show up in church, but we're hearing that she did it virtually. At least that's what a source is saying. So her disappearance has cast the November Homecoming special in a stark new light. There's a lot of soul searching at NBC about whether their segment made Nancy a target. A Today Show source told the Daily Mail. So again, this is all, she's like, I guess they're at a restaurant. Yeah, they're at a restaurant. You know, she's doing this whole thing, coming back home, hanging out with her mama, right? Maybe somebody saw this and was like, yo, she living good. We need to go get her. Maybe. I don't know. But in about 35 minutes, about 36 minutes to be exact, we will be seeing a press conference here. So stick around, guys. At the time, Savannah, 54, described the 6-minute feature as a love letter to Tucson, the desert city she moved to at the age of 2 from Australia, and where her family put down roots. The segment did not feature Nancy's home or disclose details about where she lived. Okay, so it never showed the inside of her home. Interesting. But after the week's segments, or after the week's events, people around here at NBC are going to think twice about before putting their family on television at all. It comes after Savannah, and we already know about this, released basically an emotional, please bring her back. You know, we need proof of life, and we're ready to work. We're ready to talk and ready to listen and negotiate. The homecoming episode aired on November 5th, so not so long ago, on the Today Show morning broadcast, and promoted and was promoted as part of a broader initiative highlighting anchors' backstories. Oh my damn. One of the most emotional moments showed Savannah sharing a meal with Nancy and Annie as she spoke warmly about the meaning of home. By far, my favorite part about Tucson is family, Savannah says in a voiceover as it cuts to her dining with her mother and sister at a local Mexican restaurant. Nancy then explains why she chose to move to Tucson in the 1970s, saying the air and the quality of life, it's laid back and gentle. Now, just months later, those words have proven tragically ironic. Police believe Nancy was violently snatched from her bed, which we already know about all that. But it's interesting that she did a whole thing like, Tucson is fire. I love this place. It's very relaxing. It's a great place to live. They live in a nice place, blah, 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 right? And Jack, hell yeah, I'm not going to be interrupting that live stream. Are you kidding me? No, it's a press conference. It is a press conference and it's live. I will not be interrupting. It'll be played straight through. Okay, when it happens, and it happens in about 33 minutes. Okay, guys? So again, sorry, guys. Okay. So again, guys, I think it's very interesting that she's like, oh, look at this. We live in a really great place, so on and so forth. Here, hey, mom, this is my mom. Everybody, mom, everybody, mom. And again, you got to remember, Savannah Guthrie is a name. And some people might have some strange vendetta against her for God knows what reason, right? So this is very odd. It's tragic because it could very well be what started this whole thing. It could very well be what started this whole thing, but maybe not. So a neighbor makes a chilling claim. She was exposed as FBI searches woods. Okay, so apparently, let's take a look at this. So they're saying that these are like some live updates. So let's take a look at this. Nancy Guthrie's neighbor made a chilling claim that she was always exposed in her home because of her daughter Savannah's wealth and fame. Like I just said, if it has nothing to do with family, and this is just some massive, messed up, demented, effed up individual, okay? It could very well be because they know Savannah Guthrie is a very wealthy person and they want to get access to that money, right? I always felt like she was exposed, said an anonymous woman to the U.S. Sun, referring to Guthrie. Like, how many people knew she lived here because her daughter's very wealthy? That's the thing. I think a lot of us would like to know that too. But if there is a situation where she did a special with her mom, first off, it's like, hey, here's something that I care for, right? Let me expose my vulnerabilities. Does that make sense? Like, here's my kryptonite, my family. Here's my mama, right? I can see somebody seeing that and using that as an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. President Trump President Trump announced Wednesday night that he has directed all federal law enforcement to help with the investigation immediately. And a source within the Bureau told Axios that that meant that the director himself is getting involved. So again, Kash Patel is in the building, okay? Allegedly, okay? Allegedly. Let's see. So again, authorities have said they believe the mother of three is still alive despite not having identified any suspects. We have nothing else to go on but the belief that she is here. This is what, of course, Sheriff Nanos said in an interview. She's present, she's alive, and we want to save her. So again, could it very well be because Savannah Guthrie is Savannah Guthrie and she has, money, fame. She did a whole special with her mom hanging out in Tucson. Maybe that's what's going on here. Maybe it's financially motivated, or maybe somebody's just out of their mind obsessed with Savannah Guthrie for some sort of reason. It could also just be somebody who randomly just wanted to find some way to make a quick buck. That could be it too. We got Brian Enton. He's outside the building of where this press is supposed to be. Let's take a look at this.
Hey guys, so I'm outside the sheriff's office here in Tucson, and this is where the press conference is going to be at 11 a.m. local time in Arizona, so that would be 1 p.m. Eastern time, like East Coast time. I'm not sure. A lot of people have asked me, like, do you expect we're going to get some big update in the press conference? I really don't know. The last press conference was kind of uneventful, but this one is obviously coming after a pretty eventful day yesterday. First of all, of course, Savannah Guthrie's video that she posted with her siblings, and then also the search of the house, which came out of nowhere. At least came out of nowhere for me, just being out there for the last couple of days. They just showed up at 4:30, and the crime scene tape went back up, and they searched the house and did whatever they needed to do for 2 hours, and then poof, they were gone. It was very quick, which makes me think that they knew what they were looking for when they went there, because again, they were in and they were out, and it seemed very, very organized. So I'm at the sheriff's office. I'm going to go to the press conference and then sort of just see what happens today, go back to Nancy's house, and then probably go by also Annie Guthrie's house, because it's 10 minutes away from Nancy's house, and just sort of see what unfolds today. So I'll keep you guys posted with any updates.
So, yeah, obviously there has been a lot of staging going on. There's something else I didn't get to show you yesterday. Drone footage. I think this is very interesting. This is from Brian Enton as well. He had a drone hovering over, showing what they were doing in the garage. And they were hovering around. But they were, kind of in the garage quite a bit. Why, right? Let's take a look at this.
Shout out to Mo here on the drone. Let me see again. So I can't tell, are they getting things in the garage, or are they just using it to go in and out?
The door's open. Look at the door. That's open. Is that open? No, it's not open. It's closed.
Closed, yeah. What is happening right there? Like, is he photographing something?
Yeah, let me see if I can't.
I don't know.
And play it again.
Shout out to Mo here on the drone. Let me see again. So I can't tell, are they getting things in the garage, or are they just using it to go in and out?
The door's open. Look at the door. That's open. Is that open? No, it's not open. It's closed.
Closed, yeah. What is happening right there? Like, is he photographing something?
Here, let me see if I can't.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's very interesting. Whatever they were doing in that garage, right? Um, what they're doing in that garage is interesting. Whoops. It's very interesting. I'm kind of curious about what's going on in there, right? Why is that? Why is that happening right now? Why are they back? That's the other thing too. Why did they go back? Is it because a new agency is taking over? So they're like, hey, we're gonna go back to the absolute start. We're gonna start from the beginning and go from there. That's something I'm kind of curious about as well. Why did they do that? Why are they going back? You know, is there something? What have they found? What else have they found? They brought in dogs. They brought in all these other elements, and I'm just kind of curious what the f is going on here, right? But let us continue. Actually, let me show you what I mean. St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church. Okay, hopefully the live streams are still up. There's two different live streams. Okay, there's two completely different live streams. There's the traditional worship service that they have, and then they also have a contemporary worship service. So I'm going to show you guys the traditional, because I'm assuming she would be listening to the traditional. We're going to take a look at both, but I want you guys to see something here, okay? Because from my understanding, there are let me show you what I mean. Take a look at this. This is very interesting. You got the chat on the side. Remember what I was talking to you guys about. You got the chat on the side. You see the chat, right? Now it's them. It's the church. And this is just YouTube. Okay. This is just the YouTube live chat. But in the live chat on YouTube, they're basically saying, hey, let's see. Good morning. Welcome to the church. This is Heather on the account, and we'll be your online host today. We are so glad to have you worship with us. Say hello to let us know you're here. Now, maybe she didn't. Maybe she was supposed to comment in here. Maybe she was supposed to be a host for the live stream, the online host for the live stream. We don't know. But like I said, it seems a little bit weird that this is the traditional worship service. But if you notice, no more comments are being made, right? 72 views. Now, she could be watching on Facebook. That's still a possibility as well. But I'm just trying to point out this, right? That she was not seen in that one, at least. Let's take a look at the other one. This is the contemporary. All right. This is the contemporary service. All right. You could tell it's the contemporary service because there's an electric guitar. So moving on. Okay. Here it is. Good morning. This is from somebody in there. Chat is going on. Right. As you continue on, there are people that are commenting on there. Right. That's if she watches and attends the contemporary version. Right. This one seems to have a little bit more interaction than the traditional, but nonetheless, interesting that unless she always like clockwork says, "Hey guys, many blessings to you, blah blah blah. Good morning, blah blah blah." You know what I mean? Maybe she does, but it is a little bit weird that a churchgoer said, "Hey, she ain't here. Where could she be?" Right? This seems a little bit strange, don't you think? Just a little bit weird. But let us continue on. A lot of people are reacting to this, which is, like I said, this is just so crazy. It's just so, all of this is so crazy. And of course, like I said, the press conference is going to be happening in 20 minutes from now, just so you guys know. Let me see if there's any more updates here. Give me a second here, guys. Let's see. So they're saying here, let's just read this really quick. They are saying, let's see, let me show you guys. Investigators returned to the crime scene with canines and latex gloves, which we already pretty much know, but they descended onto the home. They're back in that place. They've returned to the scene of the crime. And video shows them piecing together leads in the puzzling case. Of course, Monica Garcia, a TV reporter for Tucson's KVOA TV, posted a video showing federal and local police investigators crawling all over the house, noting they were wearing latex gloves and carrying out boxes of items. One of the clips captures Border Patrol agent and a Border Patrol agent outside the home with a specially trained canine dog used by law enforcement to locate boom booms, substances, and missing persons. In the midst of this, today, anchor Savannah Guthrie, which we already know, released that video asking for, of course, asking for proof of life. So that's stuff that we already know, right? That is stuff that we already know as we wait for more info and for this press conference, which will be happening in 18 minutes, allegedly. You know how they don't always start on time. So we'll see what happens.
Joining us to talk more about this case is former FBI agent Catherine Schweit. Back in 2003, Catherine worked a similar case where an elderly woman in Wisconsin was kidnapped, held for ransom, and eventually freed after 5 days. Catherine, good morning to you. I was glad to hear of a story like this because right now this is so frightening and so disturbing, and there are so many questions here. But I want to start with this. Based on your experience, when we all looked at this tape, and I can't stop thinking about Savannah and her siblings putting that video message out, based on your experience, why did they put it out at this time, do you think? And is this kind of thing done in cooperation with authorities?
Yeah, good morning, Tough Day. It is important that it's done in coordination with the authorities. It's not an unexpected move at all. The goal is you see it and it's gut wrenching to watch, but it's important to the conversation because you want to open a conversation with the kidnapper or the kidnappers and make sure that they understand that you are there willing to do whatever you can do to bring back the person that you love so much.
Did anything stand out to you in the language that they used?
I think none of it kind of surprised me. It's very, heart-wrenching, and it's designed in part to make sure that you humanize the person that you have. If somebody took her and is with her now, the family says, look at her, talk to her. She is a wonderful person. They're a human being, the human beings who did it themselves, right? They're somebody's children. So they're pulling on those heartstrings, hoping that they understand that the family doesn't care about the money. The family cares about the person.
Catherine, to the language, Savannah says she is without any medicine. She needs it to survive. She needs it not to suffer. Is there anything in Savannah's message, in her appeal, that would indicate that she's trying to reach out to someone connected to the family or even someone close to the family who may have some information?
Yeah, I wouldn't draw that into it. I think what you're trying to reach is the broadest audience you can. You know, somebody who had met them before, somebody who'd met someone in the family, somebody in the family. We've all listened to those over the years, and I'm certainly not pointing to anybody in particular, but you do want to reach to the broadest group, including those who may know them or may have interacted with them, whether they're neighbors, friends, family, even church members. You never know.
Catherine, Savannah alluded to the fact that we live in a time where images can be manipulated. How does law enforcement authenticate ransom notes like the one that was received?
A lot of frantic work being done in FBI's laboratories and in conjunction with the local police, who, of course, are coordinating this investigation, local sheriff's office, because you do have to make sure. Reality is, this is a high-profile kidnapping case and an abduction case, and we want to make sure, because we do get, oftentimes, law enforcement does get false threats, and people are charged and convicted for saying, "Oh, I want to collect this money," and they try to get money out of somebody in their worst time. And people in these situations are desperate, and they will pay out and then find out that they're speaking to no one. They're speaking to somebody spoofing them.
Yeah.
Wow. Typically, what happens next after this, Catherine?
I think that the hope of the family, the hope of law enforcement coordinating, is to continue a dialogue. And it wouldn't surprise me to see different ways that they reach out. You see law enforcement talks directly to potential kidnappers, abductors. The family will talk to them. There might be another note. There will be increase in a ransom, increase in a reward. But then there's still just tremendous amounts of boots on the ground working this case.
We mentioned in the beginning, in the introduction to you, that you had worked on a case where an elderly woman was kidnapped, held for 5 days, and was returned. Who was responsible in that case? How'd that turn out?
It was somebody who lived in the area, somebody that knew the family. The family was a building company, a wealthy building company in this person's mind, and he needed money, or he decided he needed money. So it was somebody who was familiar with patterns and saw the opportunity and took the opportunity to kidnap her.
What is your message to the Guthries right now?
You know, I know every minute seems like a day and a week and a year. But everybody's working as frantically as they can. There are hundreds of people working on this. And we were able, a best day in my FBI career was to listen to people on the radio saying, "We found her, she's alive."
Yeah.
So we're going to hold out hope for that.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I'm hoping for that too. You know, I'm really, really hoping for that too. We got about 13 minutes till they're supposed to be doing a press conference. Just so you know, but interesting. TMZ just has an update. Let's take a look at this.
So Savannah Guthrie and her siblings have reached out based on a ransom note. Now, we received an alleged ransom note that we forwarded on to the authorities, to the sheriff's department. The FBI called us a few hours later, wanted to, had a bunch of questions about that note.
Right. And there were a lot of things that we discussed with them that we made an agreement with them that we would not disclose just for sake of the investigation.
Right. Now, this alleged ransom note that we received, there's a lot of detail in it, and we're not going to be specific about that. We will say this, that when you look at the plea that Savannah Guthrie made yesterday, saying we're ready to talk, there are deadlines, I say plural, deadlines in this letter, and one is looming.
Right. If this isn't indeed a legit letter, and whether it's this letter or one of the other ones that was sent out.
And the other ones may be the same as ours.
It may be the same. We just don't know. But it seems pretty clear that the FBI and the authorities are taking something serious from the abductors.
Now, as far as
that's why the family would sit down and make that video yesterday.
And as far as the letter we received, they mention 2 items in this letter, and I think they're trying to show we're for real. Now, again, we are saying this is an alleged ransom note. We don't know these are actually people who have Savannah's mother. We don't know. But they mentioned 2 items, and they describe certain characteristics, and those characteristics, and in one case, the item itself, has not been made public.
And our information is that is correct. The 2 items that are mentioned are correct.
And so
that part certainly to the authorities would say these people are serious and they actually do have Nancy.
So the final thing about the letter, and again, we're not going to get into all the details, but when the family is reaching out to say we're ready to talk, this letter suggests no talk. That was made clear right at the beginning.
Yeah, and so I think that the family sitting down and speaking that way, that they are trying to change the minds of the abductors, and hoping that they actually will, one, provide that proof of life, but also clearly there was an attempt to humanize not just Nancy, but also themselves, to say, look, we desperately want our mother back. So whether or not that works.
And one of the reasons that this alleged ransom note, it gives me pause, is that we didn't receive it until 3 days after the abduction. That is odd to wait 3 days if indeed they have kidnapped a woman who is
elderly
ill,
woman who needs medications,
has a pacemaker.
And if she doesn't have those medications, why would you wait 3 days? And again, I'm not saying we don't know whether it's legitimate, but that does seem odd that you would. Why wouldn't it have come a couple of days earlier?
Right. And, it's interesting that depending on where, if this were true, that they do have her, and she doesn't have her medication, and they need to show proof of life, it would be interesting to know who has gone to a drugstore to get
whatever
this medication that she's
needs.
taking. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's one of the things the authorities are doing right now. So again, we're not going to get specific. This letter is very detailed, but the way everything aligns and the fact that there is a looming deadline, again, not the only one, but there are 2 in there, that I think it was just interesting timing what happened yesterday.
Yeah, obviously, I think timing is a little bit weird. I think that part is very interesting. The fact that they gave out information of what they knew, like the certain elements of details that were like, okay, showing proof positive, like we have her, whether you like it or not, we have her, right? But there's other parts of it that just seem like that. It just seems there's just other parts of it that just seem a little bit odd. Like they're making this up, that this is fake, that this is a red herring, that somebody is just saying that to try to scoop a bag real fast. I don't know. But what I do know is that they are trying to be as cautious as they can. They're looking at this situation, and they actually, the family, the siblings, at least believe it to an extent, to a certain extent, to at least entertain it. You see what I'm saying? And that, I think, is a massive deal. Hold on real quick. We got 6 minutes until this press conference is supposed to be popping off. But again, what say you guys? Do you think that the ransom note is real? Do you think it's, fake news? Do you think what do you think? The fact that TMZ received it and all these other places received it as well. Why did it take a few days? Why wasn't there a letter dropped off when they took her? I feel like that's something that we all should put in consideration, right? Now, I know that, the likes of Brian Enton, every media outlet is out there. I mean, shoot, we're looking at ABC News here in just a little bit. They are, a lot of people are wanting to know what the F is going on here and why this went down and who this person could be or persons, because I really don't think this person did this alone. I think it took a team. at least one other person. That's what I truly think. I am hoping, I'm really, really hoping that the ransom note is real. Now, I know some of y'all will be like, what are you saying about that, Pascal? Why are you hoping that's real? Well, if it's real, then maybe she's still alive. That brings hope on she is still alive and breathing. And of course, if they want that money, she needs to be alive. But it could be a phony. It could be fake. It definitely could. Anything's possible. But let's see. Hold on. I'm just checking the time. We got 4 minutes, about 4 minutes until this press conference is supposed to go on. And of course, we all want to know what the hell is going on, right? Press conference is to start here soon. But in the meantime, let's take a look at this while we wait. This is apparently a neighbor speaking on this. Hold on, right here.
Different, but is it normally a pretty safe place?
Yeah, in the 50 years I've lived here, I've never heard of any crime like this. It's a friendly neighborhood. It's a very comfortable place to live. That's one of the main reasons I moved here many years ago. And people walk every day in the streets around the neighborhood, and they know one another, greet one another, walk their dogs. And by and large, there's just no crime. Or, the crime that it does occur is a petty kind of crime where someone might leave their car unlocked and kids walk by and take something. But nothing like this has occurred since I've been here.
So, Tom, the investigators are telling us, we're learning that there hasn't been a lot of surveillance video. And, most neighborhoods, folks have these Ring doorbells, all these different services that they sign up for these subscriptions. But it seems like a lot of folks in your neighborhood, they don't have that, or the people that do have it weren't able to see that house. Does that shock you?
No, it doesn't shock me. It's not really a high security area. People don't really look at things like that. I mean, one thing is I think there have been some reports that I've heard of where the press has pointed out that there aren't street lights here. Well, there aren't street lights here because the sky is one of the most perfect skies to be seen in a neighborhood in the country. And so people like dark skies and aren't really afraid of the dark. Mm-hmm. And so that's an indication that that's not an area where people are particularly apprehensive. I would say the reason you couldn't see other houses from the Ring cameras that are on some houses is that there's a lot. You think of this as a desert, but as your picture shows there with a pickup truck, there's a lot of trees, desert trees and shrubs and things like that. So the houses are not that close together. There's a lot of space here between the houses.
Roger that, Tom. I know investigators have flooded the area. They're on the ground. And as you can see by that footage right there, got the helicopters out there. So they're still going door by door. Tom, we're praying for good news. Thank you so much for joining the program.
Yeah, I think we're all praying for good news for sure. The fact that, like dark areas, it's very easy to just not be able to see anything. I mean, that says a lot too. You know what I mean? Hold on, let me just check something here because we got a minute or so left before this press conference is supposed to be on and popping. So I'm just checking to see Court TV also has it too. Shout out to Court TV. They got it here too. Shout out to Court TV.
Sheriff is walking right through here. You can't sit up in this line here. You can't sit up in this lane right here. I think it's better to come from me than the actual cop. Sorry. Sheriff is going to walk right through here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You're all going to get moved. Trust me. We're going to move you.
Okay, I don't want to let you
Absolute pandemonium in that place. Look at all those reporters, scrunched in one area, just trying to get the scoop, trying to get the breaking news. This is absolutely insane, what we're seeing here. But get ready, because it's this. Okay, all I can say is this: this better be a very proactive press conference. That's all I'm going to say. This better be a very proactive press conference. They're supposed to be having that press conference now, just so y'all know.
We need to know, without a doubt,
hold on,
that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. Please reach out to us.
Our Melissa Dunn joins me now, along with retired FBI agent Brad Garrett, plus former NYPD Chief of Detectives Robert Boyce. Melissa, let's talk more about what we know at this moment while we wait for this live press conference out of Tucson about the investigation.
Kira, this is just absolutely horrifying and puzzling, right, Kira? At this point, we still have so many questions as we are now in day 5 of this search for 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. At this point, we have heard that the FBI is working with the Pima County Sheriff's Department, assisting with them, but still reiterating to us that the Pima County Sheriff's Department is the lead on this investigation. Now, the FBI, what they're providing is really critical help, right? Making sure that they have the needs necessary in case there's a hostage negotiation, a conversation, those tactics, and also really important, how they're going to be able to help analyze and see if these ransom letters that several media outlets have said they've received are legitimate. That is incredibly critical in all of this, Kira, and that's what we're waiting to hear from the officials here and from the Sheriff's Department press conference, if they have an update on that, because we are just hanging on now to so many developing details. And Kira, really listening to Savannah's plea, it is absolutely heartbreaking.
Yes, it sure is. And Brad, you're an experienced hostage negotiator. What's the thinking with the family releasing a video like that in this particular moment?
So you want to accomplish several things, which I think Savannah did beautifully. One is humanizing the person that was taken. She does a great job, calls her mommy, talks about how loving she is, how important she is, how she's on medication, and they just want to bring her home. And, there's two other components that are also important, that they want, these are my words, not hers, proof of life, and made a comment that, that can be faked, that they want the real thing, and they want to hear from the kidnappers. Because clearly, for whatever reason, assuming that these, for lack of a better term, ransoms are being sent to the media, is what, has anybody really ever talked to the family or law enforcement, the real kidnapper? Is what I'm talking about. And the answer appears to be no. So hopefully this will maybe unearth that person to reach out.
Bob, but I guess, yeah, let me take this to you, Bob, and you might want to weigh in on this as well, of course, Brad, but how do you know this isn't a hoax?
Good question.
With detailed information within the notes will tell you whether there's validity to it, is credible and genuine note. And so if that was delivered, because we don't know everything, but we're hearing certain things about a deadline and cryptocurrency, all kinds of things, that would tell you a level of sophistication if these in fact are genuine. And I think what just to underscore what Brad said, she was poised and pained at the same time, which is not easy to do, but she got her message across in a strategic narrative, which is important to note.
So, Bob, also detectives have turned Nancy Guthrie's home over to her family. Why would they do that if this is still an active investigation?
Yeah, Kara, it's a great question. I wouldn't have done that, to be perfectly honest with you, because there's no point to it. She's the only one who lived there. I would have kept that because you were waiting on information coming from those cameras. And Sheriff Nato said that. Chris said they were waiting on it once we go back in. They went back in, and they were probably, I'm thinking, pointed to probative areas in the home where they may get some forensics. So I don't think it's a death toll by them letting it go. But going back in now, it shows me that they got some new information. That's what I was looking at.
So you think we should get some new information from this press conference here that they're getting ready for as we follow the live pictures out of Tucson, Bob?
I do. I am hoping for something new from this, especially about the notes and especially about going back into the crime scene. The sheriff has been reluctant to give us too much information. I don't think we'll see the FBI here today. And if we do, I'd be surprised. The FBI doesn't like to talk to the press, and for good reason. We have a comment. We have a term in New York: talk to the press, talk to the public, and that's important to understand.
I'll remember that line. Brad, FBI Director Kash Patel now expected to head there to Arizona and oversee the investigation. President Trump is directing all federal law enforcement to assist. So how could all these additional resources help?
Well, I don't know about the director going there will help, but certainly having tech agents, people that probably from the FBI's evidence response team to sort of tap into what Bob said. I mean, they could take 3D lasers in and create 3D images of the house. That becomes helpful as the case moves on because you literally can move around the house without actually being in it. If there is blood, I realize there's some suggestion there might be blood by the front door. I don't know that that's true. Let's say it is for 1 second. You might be able to, through blood spatter experts, figure out maybe to a certain extent what happened, how extensive were the injuries, maybe the type of weapon they used. And also, the FBI may have different techniques, probably do, in collecting trace DNA. And they would go into various parts of the house and see if they get lucky that the local officials didn't pick up on. Because if there was a tussle inside that house, and it certainly appears that there was, despite the fact that the victim's 84 years old, is the bad guy or guys may have made a mistake and left some trace DNA. You can certainly hope so.
So let me follow up another question with you, Brad, since you've done so much hostage negotiating over the years with the FBI. I want to take it back to this, really heartfelt and gut-wrenching video that Savannah and her sister and brother put out. And they seem to be addressing possible captors, saying we're ready to listen. They use those specific words. Right. Do you think the fact that they put this video out and use these specific words, use this certain language, even said, we're here, we're ready to listen. I don't want to jump to any conclusions, but does that lead you to definitely believe that this is not a hoax, that this is a kidnapping with a ransom, and this is the next move on behalf of law enforcement, was to get the family to put together this type of video?
Well, there is no doubt. I mean, something's got to move the needle here. And it didn't appear to be getting moved, despite the fact that all of the great things law enforcement are doing to get some sort of lead from a cell phone, from a car, from a license plate reader, you name it, our source and informant, to get it pointed toward an individual or individuals, which hopefully that's happened. It doesn't feel like it's happened. And so you're hoping that this type of video will create some sort of movement here. The other thing is separate it from the bad guys in this case and just think about the rest of us out in the world, in particular in Tucson. If in fact somebody knows a piece of maybe what happened, or they've heard a neighbor say something, or something's not strange next door or down the street, it's those kind of tips that you want, because it may lead you right to Nancy and hopefully the bad guys.
Again, Again, we're watching the live pictures out of Tucson, Arizona, waiting for law enforcement to step up to the mic. We are not sure if we are going to get any new information or
I
not.
hope we
We're
do.
hoping to get new details about
I hope we do.
what could be happening with regard to Nancy Guthrie, her whereabouts, this ransom note that we have heard so much about. Bob Boyce, I want to bring you back in as we wait to hear from authorities from a law enforcement perspective, someone who has spent so many years as a detective in charge of all detectives there at NYPD. What are you hoping is the next move here? There's been, of course, everybody does Monday morning quarterbacking and thinks that things should have moved a lot more swiftly, that the press conferences at times had been a little awkward. Your thoughts of what, I guess, the positives of what you see now and what you are hoping to see more of at this point.
So, Kira, when you look at these things, and I've done so many press conferences, but a sheriff like this, Sheriff Nanos, it's a game changer. He's never done this before at this level, anyway. This international level, which is what it is, an international case. So you understand that you're going to make some trip ups, and you're going to do well, and he has to a certain extent. I wouldn't take as many questions as he did the other day because it became repetitive. That he wasn't being transparent, and sometimes you can't be transparent. It's confidential information that may hurt your case that you want to talk about. But there's other things you can as well. Those doorbell cameras in that area. If we kind of like looked at a 2 a.m. type of thing, and that's what they're going to take a hard look at, that 2 a.m. time frame. Was there any lights going any different direction near a house? That's important to understand, whether it's exiting or entering the crime scene. And this way you can tell where the perps went, which way they went, and which highway they went. That's painstaking stuff. He could talk about that. And develop that a little bit further, the time of occurrence, which is really important. He may not want to get into the note and the intricacies of it and that investigation as far as cryptocurrency. That's really important as well. But that's better left unspoken until you get there. These cases, they go very slow for a while, then all of a sudden they're expedited and you're going as fast as you can. I've been here through this. This is tough going, tough sledding, let's say, and you have to really understand where you're going with the technology, as well as what you deduce certain things. Was there any cameras or any prior surveillance on the location? Were there any set cameras on the property, which is about an acre big? All those things need really a hard search, and it looks like it's being done and has been done so far.
Brad, as former FBI, another question to you. FBI Director Kash Patel, now headed to Arizona to oversee all of this. As we may remember from the Charlie Kirk assassination, he jumped the gun when he jumped in on that case and was taking the lead and talking to the press and was out there tweeting. In your humble opinion, do you think that this is what the director of the FBI should be doing right now?
Absolutely not. And not even going to this scene. I mean, I was in the FBI for over 2 decades, and I worked some really high-profile cases, and I never saw the FBI director except in his office. And so I'm not sure, as I mentioned to you earlier, it's not going to help this situation. I mean, the agents know what they're doing. Their management knows what they're doing. They know the city. They know Tucson. They know the county. And what's he going to add other than hopefully he won't jump the gun at this one? But we'll see. It's a job that he's redefined into something I don't even want to talk about on camera. And so as a result, he doesn't really have, I don't think, the credibility in going out in the field and sort of holding these press conferences other than self-promotion, it feels like, certainly.
All right.
Wow.
What we're going to do, we probably have about 4.5 minutes until we're going to hear from law enforcement. So why don't we do this, guys? Let's go back and take a look at Savannah Guthrie, her sister Annie, her brother Cameron, and this gut-wrenching video that they put together, this plea, really, to captors, that they want to know that their mom is alive and that they are ready to talk, they are ready to listen. Let's take a look at that as we move closer to the live event.
On behalf of our family, we want to thank all of you for the prayers for our beloved mom, Nancy. We feel them, and we continue to believe that she feels them too. Our mom is a kind, faithful, loyal, fiercely loving woman of goodness and light. She is funny and spunky and clever. She has grandchildren that adore her and crowd around her and cover her with kisses. She loves fun and adventure. She is a devoted friend. She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
The light is missing from our lives. Nancy is our mother. We are her children. She is our beacon. She holds fast to joy in all of life's circumstances. She chooses joy day after day. Despite having already passed through great trials of pain and grief, we are always going to be merely human, just normal human people who need our mom. Mama, if you're listening, we need you to come home. We miss you.
Our mom is our heart and our home. She is 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile. She lives in constant pain. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive. And she needs it not to suffer. We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media. As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk. However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. Please reach out to us. Mommy, if you are hearing this, you are a strong woman. You are God's precious daughter, Nancy. We believe and know that even in this valley, He is with you. Everyone is looking for you, Mommy, everywhere. We will not rest. Your children will not rest until we are together again. We speak to you every moment, and we pray without ceasing, and we rejoice in advance for the day that we hold you in our arms again. We love you, Mom.
Love you, Mom.
We love you, Mom. Stay strong.
We love you, Mom. We love you.
Savannah Guthrie, her sister Annie, and her brother Cameron there making that plea to whomever may have their mother, asking them to please reach out and talk to them, that they are ready to listen. We now pause for the ABC network to join our breaking news coverage. Pima County, Arizona, is holding a briefing on the urgent search for the mother of Today's Show host, Savannah Guthrie. Let's take you straight to authorities now.
It was just kind of chaotic, people yelling. So I'd ask that you just kind of be patient with me, pay attention to the questions asked, because sometimes you guys want to ask the same question twice, and you get the same answer. So help yourself, get what you can out of this. I'm going to give you one question and a follow-up, okay? But before we get there, I do have some comments. First of all, I want to begin by offering our condolences to our partners at the state Department of Public Safety's.
It has begun.
Tragically lost 2 members last night in a helicopter crash up in northern Arizona. So if you would keep them in your prayers, Colonel Glover and his team, I'm sure, would have greatly appreciated it. Along the same lines, I think you all saw last night, I'm trying to speak up, not yell, because apparently I talk soft. We saw last night the family, they just hurt, understandably so. And so I really want you to know this entire team here, those behind me, and our community are hurting with you. We really just want Mom back, okay? Right now, we believe Nancy is still out there. We want her home. Our department, the Sheriff's Department, along with all of our partners at the FBI, have been working around the clock. And we just want her home and find a way to get to the bottom of all of this, just as you do. But I have other partners out there who have stepped up, and you've probably noticed them in the last few days, if not the last few hours, and you're going to see more of that. Well, I made a decision to contact our PCRIT team, and those of you not local, that's our Pima Regional Critical Incident Team. It's made up of law enforcement officers from this entire valley. Pascal Police Department, Tucson Police Department, Marana Police Department, Oro Valley Police Department, Pima College Police Department, Tucson International Police Department, Sarita Police Department. There's so many of them, and they are going to help us tremendously. And that's really done because we have so much in front of us still, and we're hoping that, I know the FBI has committed a very large number of men and women to partner with us, work side by side with us. We go do an interview, they're going to be there with us. We're going to go look at some evidence or process evidence, they're going to be right there with us. We're sharing every piece of information, all the data we can to get this thing solved. And it's important that my partners in law enforcement know and understand their roles, because it is very large, complex investigation with a lot of moving parts. And we're at that phase now where sometimes we're waiting, right? We're waiting for analysis. We're waiting for lab reports. But even then, when they come back quickly, for example, some DNA, we rushed what we thought was the best target for DNA. We did a rush through and got some of that back. The results were minimal. I think you all know the blood on the porch. That was one we did. It came back to Nancy. That's what we know. But there's still more items that have been submitted. We just haven't got them back yet. But in the meantime, we're not just sitting on our haunches waiting. We do have a number of leads coming in, and that's why we brought in the FBI for one, but PCRIT as well, to be able to get out there and handle these leads as they come in as quickly and as expeditiously as we can. And every single lead is looked at, every one of them. And so we're gearing up. You probably have some questions about what you've seen in the last couple of days. I'll gladly answer those at that time. But it really is about getting our partners out there. To be fair, when we went to that scene the first night, Saturday night, it was just us. Since then, the FBI and others have asked, can we go and see it as well? And that's what you've been seeing. But it is a very important case to not just me and my team, but this entire community, all of our law enforcement partners. Suspects. I know there's been a lot out there about suspects, and I want to be very clear. At this time, we have not identified a suspect or a person of interest in this case. We are working our best to do that. But to be clear, we have nobody of interest or any suspects that you would consider a prime suspect. We're just not there. We're not there yet. The timeline I think we've got it on the board, do we not? This is a timeline that we have been able to develop with some of the things that we've had processed, various pieces of electronics that we've gathered. And you look at some of this, and I know you're going to say, well, why did it take you so long to get this to us, Sheriff? Well, because one thing, it's got to go out and be processed at different lab sites. And sometimes that stuff comes back to us. And like you, we have questions.
Okay.
And we say, wait a minute, what is this about? What about this? Could it be that? And so it's sent back or it's sent somewhere else. So, and that's happening with all of the things we see, that process, that review, and that questioning of, all right, what is it we're looking at? So I'll go over it with you. You can see it on the board there, but at about 5:32 p.m., these are approximate times. 5:32 p.m., Nancy travels to her local family's home for dinner and playing games with the family, and just visiting. At 9:48 p.m., which is very consistent to what we were told by the family, that Nancy was dropped off at home. And we know that because we have a garage door open at approximately, I can't stress that enough, at approximately 9:48 p.m. At 9:50 p.m., that garage door closes. It is that time we assume that Nancy's home and probably going to bed. Sunday morning, early morning at 1:47 a.m., the doorbell camera disconnects. At 2:12 a.m., software detects a person on a camera, but there's no video available. They had no subscription, and therefore it would rewrite itself. It just kind of loops, right, and covers up. That's what our analysis teams have told us. We're not done with that. We'll do all we can, but that's what it says. So it detects a person on camera. Could that be an animal? I imagine that's possible. We don't know that. We just have no video, but we're not giving up on that. 2:28, Nancy's pacemaker app shows that it was a disconnect from the phone. And at 11:56 a.m., the family checks on Nancy and discovers her missing. And at 12:03 p.m., 911 is called in to the Pima County Sheriff's Department.
That makes more sense.
I believe it's about approximately 10 minutes later, 12 minutes later, our patrol teams arrive. They see the scene, and we start our response with our search and rescue teams and our detectives from homicide and various units. In fact, every unit here, I think somebody questioned, how come there's an ICAC member out here or this member? Everybody in our criminal investigations team is a part of this team and part of this investigative effort. I think with that, let me make sure.
At least we got something.
Now, I want to clarify some things that I may have already done, but yeah, I've gone over with the blood at the front door, the doorbell camera. It was removed, we know that, but we're not confirming that any cameras were smashed or destroyed around the house. I don't know where that came from, but that's something we're not confirming. The car, the car that was at the home, it's just standard investigative practices. It's part of the search warrant scene, court orders. We pull it out of there and do our scene processing with the vehicle. Uber, we did speak to a driver because Nancy, we learned, had been taken the Uber to the family residence, the daughter, for dinner. And we located that driver and spoke with them and got that information. The house, you guys got this, I think, conducting follow-up. I think you said somebody had mentioned that they saw a team out there again last night or yesterday, and that's just, again, what I was talking about before. Our partners wanted a chance to see it and examine things themselves, and more importantly, it's just we're constantly following up on things and go, hey, what about this? So we want to go back and check on some things. Oh, here's the other thing. Someone had mentioned there was forced entry. I have no clue where that comes from. We have been very consistent. We are not discussing that at all. Whether it's forced entry or not forced entry, that is something we're just not discussing. So I don't know where.
Why would you? What?
I think I am about done with my piece of this. I'm going to bring up here Heath Yankee, and I think you know him if you haven't been here. John Edwards is the assistant agent in charge with the FBI here at the Tucson office. Heath Yankee is the special agent in charge for the state of Arizona out of Phoenix, and he will come up and speak.
So Ashley Banfield kissed him off. That's what it sounds like.
Thank you, Sheriff. Hello, I'm Heath Yankee, the special agent in charge of the FBI's Phoenix division.
What?
First, I want to let the Guthrie family know that our hearts are heavy for them. After seeing your message last night, it is clear that you and your family are in pain. Please know that we are doing everything to bring your mother home. The FBI is now working this case jointly with the Pima County Sheriff's Department, and we're going to start today by announcing a $50,000 reward for information leading to the recovery of Nancy Guthrie and or the arrest and conviction of anyone involved in her disappearance. And this will be the missing persons with the reward that will be going out. The FBI has agents, analysts, and professional staff employees working day and night with our partners at the Sheriff's Department.
This is insane.
We have deployed additional intelligence and agents from our Phoenix office. We have brought in our critical incident response group from Quantico, Virginia. Members from our cellular analysis survey team are here, and they continue to collect and process digital information. We are actively reviewing and analyzing information from all digital sources, which includes banks, social media companies, phone companies, and any other organizations where a digital footprint could have been captured. All this information provides data points and helps put the picture together. And we will be in the community continuing to conduct a thorough investigation with our partners. You heard about us out there last night. We will be back out there today. I would ask the media, give our investigators the space to do their jobs while they're out there. Next, regarding the ransom letter. We are aware of a ransom letter that was sent to the local media and then to national outlets. As with every lead, we are taking it seriously. We are in communication with the family. And while we advise and recommend from a law enforcement perspective, any action taken on any ransom is ultimately decided by the family. Thank you to those in the community that have called in tips. For anyone out there that may have information, no matter how small you think it may be, please report it. You can do so by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI or online at tips.fbi.gov. My next message is to those imposters who are trying to take advantage and profit from this situation. We will investigate and ensure you are held accountable for your actions. We have made one arrest related to an imposter ransom demand, and a complaint will be presented to a magistrate judge later today. You will get more on that from the FBI and our U.S. Attorney's Office here in Arizona when it becomes available.
What? Really?
To anyone that may be involved.
Whoa.
Do the right thing. This is an 84-year-old grandma. This is an 84-year-old grandma that needs vital medication for her well-being. You still have the time to do the right thing before this becomes a much worse scenario for you. Please return Nancy home. Thank you.
Wow. So the ransom note is the ransom note.
The first person we're going to start with the list is going to be NBC National, Liz Price.
Wow.
Right here. Can you walk us through that timeline from when you believe, if you look at this here, from 147 to 228, what you think happened there and what particular software would have detected somebody on camera?
I don't. I know we know the software that was there. But I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm just not in the weeds. I know that. Think of your doorbell cameras. Somebody walks up. My wife's. If I walk up she gets an alert, and it's usually something like that. A person's detected.
So to understand then the following, one, does that mean that it was about a 45-minute span that the suspect or suspects would have been on the property? And then also, does this essentially mean that you've cooperated with the tech companies and you can officially say that no surveillance video is available from home?
We know that the tech company that we sent that camera off to, yes, they've said they've run out of ways to recover any video.
Next person's going to be ABC News, Aaron Katersky.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Was what 45 minutes?
Can we say it's about a 45-minute span that somebody would have been on the property then, from 147 to 228?
Yeah, I think those times speak for themselves, and it is about, like I say, those are approximates. So yes. I'm sorry. Who was next? Did you say?
Aaron Katersky, ABC News.
Hi, Sheriff. Thanks very much.
Aaron Katersky, ABC News.
Hi, Sheriff. Thanks very much. Is there information that you are purposefully withholding because of the active investigation?
Thank you.
That might be leading you in a particular direction?
Criminal investigation that we conduct here. Law enforcement has conducted investigations since 1865 here in Pima County. We're always mindful of what it is that's in front of us and what we should release and can release. There's legal guidelines that guide us, but there's also strategy too. So, I'll leave that for you to determine.
Wow.
Now that you are having such an injection of manpower from the Pima critical incident team and the FBI, we can slow to bring that in at the outset. Should all of these resources been brought to bear sooner?
I guess that it's Monday morning quarterbacking. I do it all the time. So
this is no different than any criminal investigation.
CBS News, Jonathan Vigliotti.
Sheriff over here, has there been any proof of life, and has there been any signs of life?
I'm going to anything to deal with the ransom notes and that I would defer to the FBI, but no, to my knowledge, we're still looking for Nancy.
And for my follow-up question, if I can speak with the special agent, what was it about this apparent ransom note that now 3 days on, you first haven't been able to validate, and second, it warranted informing the Guthries of its existence?
So the ransom note that was sent out there, obviously every lead in this case, we are taking extremely serious.
But not everyone is presented to the family. Why this one?
Because this was the ransom that came in and it had facts associated with a deadline, with a monetary value they were asking for. So at that point,
what were some of those facts, if you can, because there's been a lot of speculation, as you know, if you could set the record straight.
Yeah, the ransom itself, one talked about an Apple Watch and one talked about a floodlight. We're not going to go into specifics. It's very important that we keep this investigation moving forward, and we don't want to put more facts out there that others then can use to try to profit from this.
CNN next, Ed LaVendetta.
Is it real or not?
I want to follow up with you real quick on that. There have been, as far as we know, I think 3 ransom notes so far, 1 arrest. Are they all different? Or do you think there's different authors behind all of them? Or
so the one that went to the media is the one we are currently investigating and working on. The imposter that I talked about, where an arrest was made early this morning, that there will be more information. We believe there's no evidence to connect this to Nancy's case. It was someone that was trying to profit from it, a total imposter.
Damn it.
And Sheriff, you started off the press conference by saying you believe that Nancy is still out there. Do you have reason to believe that she's still out there alive? Or are you fearful of the worst case scenario here, that she won't be found alive?
Well, I'm certainly fearful of that. I think we all are. But it is we operate from a position that until we know she's out there, she's alive, and we're going to continue thinking that way until we find her.
Fox Digital, Mike Reese.
Yeah, sir. Michael Ruiz from Fox Digital. Sheriff, you said you've identified no suspects. Have you ruled out anyone she was with on Saturday night?
You know, we've talked to so many. I'm sure that my investigators have feelings about this one's clear or this one isn't. But no, I wouldn't say anybody's ruled out yet, because what if I rule you out and then later I learn something else? No.
So my follow-up, you mentioned that you don't know where the reporting of a forced entry came from. Do we know how whoever did this got into her house?
That I would not discuss with you anyway.
Fox News, Paul Morrow.
Question for Agent Edwards, if I may. Agent Edwards, will the Bureau be submitting the DNA for an investigative genealogical investigation relative to maybe hitting a relative, somebody, if you will?
I would say the DNA aspect of this case is being handled by the Pima County Sheriff's Department right now. However, should we get to that point, yes, that would be an option for the FBI to assist.
And a quick follow-up, does the ransom note that you're working establish any communication protocols in it?
No, it does not. And that is what I think is important, that if someone has Nancy and is demanding the ransom, that there is communication with the family. We talked about has been no proof of life. And there was no other demands within that letter. So they're still waiting for communication.
ABC affiliate Ashley Holden.
Right here, Ashley Holden. When you say the doorbell camera was disconnected, do you believe that camera was taken?
We do not have it in our possession. We've not located it.
So in other words, yes.
Follow up. I know that we've been hearing a lot about ransom notes. We were also hearing in that video that was put out by the Guthrie siblings, and I don't know if this is a question for the FBI or yourself, but the challenges of seeing an image and knowing that it's real. Could one of you address that? Has the family received correspondence, any images, videos?
So we're not going to go into facts regarding this part of the investigation. I think part of that message was with AI these days, you can make videos that appear to be very real. So we can't just take a video and trust that is a proof of life these days because of the advancements in AI and trying to actually get a proof of life that we can verify. So we're not going to go into anything the family may or may not have received.
KOLD Catherine Patterson.
So in regards to a timeline on that ransom note, is that being an impact in your investigation? Are we nearing that timeline?
I'm sorry, one more time.
So in regards to the timeline in the ransom note, are we nearing that timeline? And is that playing a part in the investigation?
We're not going to go again into specifics of that part of the investigation with the ransom note, other than what we've put out there. We've been transparent. We're talking about we are working that ransom demand, but we don't want to go anything further than that could impact any opportunities. So thank you.
Is there any additional physical evidence at the crime scene other than the technology that you guys are using for this timeline? Is there anything else that's helping you guys other than really the technology?
Well, I think I said on day one is that it's technology that's going to really help us solve this case. But no, I mean, you know, we did do a process of that scene for biological evidence. So we're still hopeful that maybe something will show up there as well.
Arizona Republic, Richard Relas.
For Agent Yankee?
Yes.
We saw on the scene, I believe it was you, taking a tripod into the home of the sister. How involved was the FBI, if at all, in creating the video? Any advice for the family?
I would say we use our expertise and provide consultation and advice anytime a family would ask for our advice in a kidnapping. It's ultimately the family's decision of what they put out and any messages they put out. But we were, obviously, you're all documenting every move we make. We were there last night in talking with the family. But every decision is theirs.
Right, that was a tripod and a ring light. And Sheriff Donovan, you said the blood was found on the porch and on the front stoop. Just wanted to verify that.
I say porch, front stoop. It's all in that same general area by the front door.
Front of the house.
Front door, yes.
What, given her medical condition and the fact that it was her blood, as you say, what would her medical condition do with her recovery if she indeed bled out or was bleeding when she left the house?
Well, again, I've got to be careful for HIPAA, but I would say this. We know she is in need of medication, daily medication. And we also know that this is day 4 or 5 and still we don't know that she's getting her medication. That could in itself prove fatal.
And for the
No, that'll be that question. For K-Gun News, we have Craig Smith or Athena.
I'll do that for you. I'll get his name.
Craig?
K-Gun, Athena.
Oh, okay.
Have you been in communication with anyone who you believe could be the kidnapper?
You know, it goes back to what we talked about. Nobody's eliminated, but we just really don't have enough to say, this is our suspect, this is our guy, we know, or our gal. We just don't know that. And it's really kind of reckless to report that someone is a suspect when they could very well be a victim. It just, I bring to you, to the media, I plead with you to be careful of what it is we put out there, because we don't have anybody here listed as a suspect, and you could actually be doing some damage to the case, but you can do some damage to that individual too. This is social media is kind of an ugly world sometimes.
And how far out have you expanded your search, you say?
You know, I would tell you this, look, nothing's off the table. If we get a lead that there's somebody, hey, you've got this over here or over here, we're going, and that will expand and expand and expand. I think the FBI, with their billboards, they're now planning to put those up at every state around here, that all of our neighboring states. So, we use you, the national media, the FBI with their national outreach to affect that for us. But as far as the actual investigation, naturally the scene is the primary, and we just keep spreading it out as we get more and more leads.
Court TV, Cody Thomas.
Hi there, Sheriff. Actually, my question is for Agent Yonke. You know, we saw Savannah Guthrie and her sibling family put out that video last night on Instagram addressing, you know, the tragedy that this is, but also addressing the ransom letter saying they're ready to talk. My question is, did the FBI or any other agency help them craft that message to put out on social media?
Like I said to the previous question, we have an expertise when it comes to kidnappings. And when families want advice, consultation, expertise, we will provide that. But the ultimate decisions on what they say and how they put that out rests with the family itself.
And as far as suspects, I know we haven't identified one, but what type of suspect or suspects do we think we're dealing with here?
At this time, like the sheriff has said, there is no primary suspect identified, so it could run the gamut. So,
KPNX, Troy Hayden.
Are you actively investigating the son-in-law in this case? I know there were reports earlier this week, and you refuted that. You said you haven't eliminated everybody. Have you eliminated him or come close to it, or are you actively looking at him?
We're actively looking at everyone we come across in this case.
Everyone.
We would be irresponsible if we didn't talk to everybody, the Uber driver, the gardener, the pool person, whoever, everybody. It's so cliche, but everybody's still a suspect in our eyes. That's just how we look at things and think as cops. Does that mean we have a prime suspect? No, and the family's been very cooperative. They've done everything we've asked of them, and we want that relationship to continue. And sometimes people can be mean out there, and that can really harm us and harm our efforts.
Did you find blood anywhere else in the home besides the porch?
The only DNA evidence we've got back is on the porch. We prioritize things and we rush things, and those items we put out to a lab to rush it. And even then it's 2, 3, 4 days.
Nice.
The other
Wow.
items could take 10 days, 20 days, but we saw the importance of that blood. It came back to
So
Nancy.
it was
and
only there, it wasn't anywhere else in the house?
I don't know that. We processed the house for biological evidence, and we've not gotten anything back.
Newsmax, Sarah Williamson.
What?
Hi there. My question is just piggybacking off our colleagues here about how far this search has
He ain't telling the
gone.
truth.
When it comes to doorbell cameras, you say technology plays a critical role in this. Have you been actively door knocking the neighbors and businesses and collecting those doorbell cameras And is there anything that has come up there? And how far is that?
I can't tell you whether things have come up or not, but we have door to door. I think we're still doing door to door, not just in that neighborhood, but other neighborhoods. Just as leads come in and take us somewhere, we're going to do those things.
Okay, and just to follow up as well in regards to the video that was released by Nancy Guthrie's children last night, just to clarify, that was not coordinated with any law enforcement beforehand, and that you hadn't seen that video before it was released.
No, the FBI is handling all things with the ransom.
I think the answer was yes, we were there. The media was there. We can help coordinate, provide that consultation, but that is the family's decision of what they film and what they put out.
Fox 10, Justin Liu.
Agent Yonke, this one's for you. Following up on that video that was released yesterday, it said, ultimately any further action is decided on by the family. Since then, have they expressed any more interest in more efforts to try and get in contact with who is behind the ransom letter? And do you have a crisis or any sort of hostage negotiator with your team for that type of situation if it moves forward?
So the two parts of that question I think it's pretty clear. The family wants to be contacted. They know time is of the essence. And if those that may have Nancy are watching this, the family is ready to talk, get proof of life, because there has been no contact after that ransomware note or ransom note went to the media. For your second question, yes, we have crisis negotiators. That is part of our team here locally, along with the personnel we brought in from Quantico, and they will be part of it. But we're not going to go beyond that of any specifics.
Sure. Now, taking down the crime scene perimeter after Monday's investigation and really opening access to that property to everyone else, was that something you would do differently looking back, knowing that, federal authorities also conducted a search yesterday? Would you have kept that perimeter up in that?
Monday morning quarterback, I probably would have, but I'll say this. We processed the scene. We got what we thought was complete. My team did that. I have to have all the faith and trust in their abilities and their skills, and I think they went through that pretty well. But because another agency now steps in and wants to assist, we're just like with you, we're an open book. Absolutely. How can we help? One of the things people don't see, I heard your question about, and we left and then others could walk up. When we process a scene and we're done, we return that scene to in this case, the homeowners, the family. And we don't just go march back in there. We call the family again and get permissions to go back to the home. So yeah, there's, again, Monday morning quarterback, absolutely. I probably could have held off on that. We knew that the FBI, we've worked with them before in a lot of cases, and we felt like they could be of help in this with particularly the forensic analysis we use in a number of things. But at the start of this thing, we weren't sure what we had. And as the day progressed, we realized that there could be more to this. And we started in that. Remember, it was a search and rescue mission the first few hours. And we transitioned that over to a criminal investigation. With that, brought in our partners from the FBI and others.
Univision, Claudia Ramos. Univision, Claudia
I was actually going to ask about that. We saw the message yesterday.
Are you next?
Claudia, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Univision. Following up on that, we saw the message from the president yesterday. Have you personally received any communication from him?
No, and I wouldn't expect that. He too is a busy man, right? And I would say this: we thank him for him opening up his entire law enforcement team was put out yesterday, and we know, I know my local reporters here know we've always worked well with all of our partners in law enforcement. Maybe it's something unique to Southern Arizona and the rest of the country doesn't see that, but this isn't new for us. We've done this. Gabby Giffords, I headed up that investigation many years ago, and we worked side by side. Could not have got things done if we weren't with the FBI on that.
And just the other question, this being a border state, have you guys had any communication with Mexican authorities?
I have not. I work closely with the Mexican consulate as other consulates, being the sheriff, but no, I've not heard from them.
Arizona Univision Madrid. Here.
Hi, Sheriff. My question is, do you know, it's a two-part question, do you know what medication Nancy uses? And have you checked the local pharmacies and pharmacies around the state where they bought her say this medication to keep her alive, to keep her healthy while still looking for her?
So we do know what medications, and we have contacted pharmacies. Probably need to go back to just make sure that they didn't. Maybe we contacted them early on. I know that night, Sunday night, Saturday night, Sunday morning. I know we were doing all the hospital checks, and that check was continuous every hour, going back out and physically in person. Deputies were going to each local area hospital and asking them to check their logs.
My second question here is, I know you're looking for her in Pima County. Are you looking for her across the state now? And if so, if there's a particular area that you're focusing on right now?
Well, we're looking for her everywhere, right? The FBI just made an arrest on a tip that we got that we thought there could be something here. There's it's statewide. The billboards are going to be out there across the country. We take leads from everywhere, and where those leads take us, we'll get there.
MS Now, Alex Talbot.
Agent Yankee, do you have any reason to believe that Nancy Guthrie may be being held outside of the country? Is that something that you ruled out at this point?
We don't have any of that information. We haven't ruled anything out. Like the sheriff said, we will follow the facts wherever they take us, whether it is outside of the state of Arizona or over the border. We will follow the facts and go there, but we have no indication anything over the Mexican border.
And you mentioned on the ransom note there were details about the Apple Watch and the floodlight.
Yep.
The ransom notes that were sent out to TMZ, KGUN, and KOLD, are they all the same ransom note? Do they contain the same details in each of those individual ransom notes?
The ones that I am tracking and aware of were the same. That went to TMZ also.
News Nation, Brian Enton.
Agent Yankee, sorry,
yes.
When did the first ransom note arrive? And the reason I ask is because the Apple Watch has been in the news and on social media, and you could see like floodlights on video. So was it before those things were out in the world?
I don't have the specific time frame as I sit here today of what time it came in, but that you are right. Anyone could see a floodlight hanging down, could have seen some of those things. The watch has been talked about, so that timing is tricky, but that's why we're taking it serious no matter what and following the leads on that. But I don't have the time frame that the first note came in as I sit here today. Thank you.
And my follow-up is for the sheriff. In the house, were there any signs that someone tried to clean up or maybe destroy evidence?
I can't talk about the crime scene,
but
so I'll give you another shot, another question.
My other question is, I heard the agent say that it was a joint investigation now. At the other press conference, the FBI said they were assisting. Is it joint now? I mean, are both agencies in charge now?
Look, there's no ego here. We in this part of the country, we'll take anybody's help. It's not about, it's not about who's in charge. From day one, when we contacted the FBI, they were that gracious to say, whatever you need. And so that's really it. And they're great partners, just as my other local law enforcement brethren. I didn't even have to ask. That's what's really amazing. I haven't had to call anybody. They've called me. Sheriff, what do you need?
Arizona's family, Brianna Whitney.
We believe she's still out there. The most encouraging piece of information coming from this law enforcement presser in Tucson, Arizona, as the search continues for Nancy Guthrie.
Shut up. The hell's that? The hell was that? Give me a second, guys. I got Court TV over here.
The FBI said they were assisting. Is it joint now? I mean, are both agencies in charge?
Not about who's in charge. From day one, when we contacted the FBI, they were that gracious to say, whatever you need. And so that's really it. And they're great partners, just as my other local law enforcement brethren. I didn't even have to ask. That's what's really amazing. I haven't had to call anybody. They've called me. Sheriff, what do you need?
Arizona's family, Brianna Whitney. Sheriff.
I know you had the crime scene process. You said you went back out there. Your partners wanted to see it, but you guys were actively taking out evidence yesterday. Was there something you missed the first time, or did you get a piece of information that led you to believe you needed to go back out and take more than you had that first day?
You know, I know that we get information that will come, and this is just any crime scene that we're looking at. We may go out to a crime scene and think we've got it all, go analyze the evidence, and something comes back and says, hey, did you check this? We're not going to just say, oops, and not go. Absolutely. In this instance, it really was the FBI just wanted to go, hey, can we take a look at it?
Are you worried about that being contaminated at all because there was people in that?
You know, I'll let the courts worry about that. We will certainly be open to the courts of anything that's been removed from that house, and we follow the rules of laws. We get court orders and go back and reapply for another warrant if need be. All of those things we're very careful of.
Arizona Public Media, Lynn Boyd.
Ellen Boyd over here. In that news release yesterday, there was a report of a trespasser. Has the Guthrie family dealt with any incidents, threats, whether that's trespassing, social media threats, anything of that nature?
I am not aware of any of that. I know that we, as with any case, again, we would look at all of the background of calls to those families or their residents and see if there's anything there, or even in that neighborhood. Those things have been looked at. I don't know of anything that was reported in even the last 30 days or 60 days. Nobody's come to me and said, hey, next door you had a burglary.
For the neighborhood where Nancy's home is, can you give any more details on that trespassing incident?
I don't have them.
Telemundo, Jesus Gonzalez.
It's for the FBI. I just have a question. Can we confirm if the FBI director is coming for the investigation?
Yes, Director Patel is being briefed several times a day on this investigation back in DC. He does have a trip scheduled to Tucson that was pre-scheduled before this, but he is receiving consistent and constant updates from our team here.
He's coming today?
He is not coming today.
And before you go to the next one, I know you may have had a follow-up question, but I think I overstepped you. So if you wanted to ask, I'll give you that opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you. At what point do you deem the ransom note not credible if there is no communication that follows up since you received it? Like, what's that timeline where you say, no proof of life, there's no more, this isn't credible?
I think we start to look at what the deadlines were in the note. First, I think was 5 o'clock today. And then it had a second deadline after that. So we are continuing in a normal kidnapping case, there would be contact by now trying to discuss that. But those are the timeframes we are looking at as we move forward.
Are you able to say that second deadline that was given?
I don't have that with me right now. So thank you.
Sorry about that, Commander. Entertainment Tonight, Denny Directo.
Yes, my question actually is for Agent Youngkey. There was a report that said the ransom came from an email that the FBI was actually looking into that IP address. Any updates on that?
Nothing that I can release. Thank you.
And then also, there's also conflicting reports about who was the last person to actually see Nancy and drive her home. We know she took an Uber to Annie's house, but can you confirm whether it was Annie or her son-in-law Tommaso who took her home that night?
I think the timeline that the sheriff provided was a family member, but
just family. We're going to go with family.
Record TV, Vandry Piera.
Sir, we are for national, so we're not familiar with the area, so we think that it's a remote area. So my question is, why is it so hard to track a car or something suspicious that have passed through the area at that time? How difficult it is, because probably cameras around or something.
Yeah, you're talking about the challenges we face in some of being in a rural area like this. Those are face all the time. We'd love it to have all the cameras in what we would consider a more urban nature type area. But once you get out into the community, that's not the only part of Tucson that is that way. And we just find ways to overcome those challenges. We don't just disregard it. we still look at ways to find for example, ring cameras that might catch just a piece of something, goes catch those kinds of things. We don't give up. We still go out.
At least a car that came
I-
out
I-
at midnight.
I
Mile
can't.
away, I mean, like miles from the house.
We have cameras all over, and those things are being reviewed.
Arizona Republic, Richard Relas.
I'm a different person, but pretending.
Did he get two?
It's the second one.
Was that you?
Oh, sorry.
No.
We all right. All right. Thank you guys for keeping us honest. No, you already asked your question, so we're gonna go to the New York Times with Reese. And I apologize for getting your name wrong here, Reese. Tebow?
No, you're close.
Tebow.
Hi, Sheriff.
Hi.
The 212, the camera that detected movement at 212, was that a different camera than the one that was disconnected at 147? And where was it pointed?
We don't know that. We don't know which camera that was. That when we did the software, it just told us that the person was detected. But I'm unaware of which camera that was.
So there were multiple cameras and you're not sure?
Sure. There were multiple cameras at the home.
Okay. And is there a possibility that this is not a ransom situation? And if so, what else could it be?
Your guess is as good as mine. I would say absolutely there's a possibility that this is nothing to do with the kidnapping. But we cover all angles. We're not going to dismiss something until we actually know for a fact that it's one way or the other.
People Magazine, we have Danielle Walker.
So I wanted a little more clarity to follow up on his. Is there anything more you can say? Was this actually targeted or not? Do you have any?
That's why we have the FBI to look at those areas where there may have been a target. Maybe it is a kidnapping. But no, we don't have anything to rule that out or to say it is.
And as far as the ransom notes, there was a part in there about Bitcoin. Are you looking into that now, investigating?
Yes, that's part of the investigation. But
Can you go and elaborate any further if you found anything or if there's any ties or any suspects tied to that Bitcoin?
there is not at this time.
Associated Press, Joe Goldendera.
Hi, Chair. Just to follow up to a
You're
prior-
Joe?
I'm sorry.
You're Joe?
Goldendera.
Oh, I thought you said Joe. Okay.
Just to follow up to a prior question, you had said early in the investigation that authorities don't believe Nancy Guthrie was targeted. Why don't authorities think that Nancy Guthrie was targeted?
Who said that?
You had said that early in the investigation.
Boy, if I said I absolutely misspoke. I've never thought she was or wasn't targeted. We've always believed that is certainly a possibility. I mean, you'd be silly not to think that. Somebody disappears in the middle of the night out of their home. You can understand where I'm coming from. But no, if I said that, obviously I misspoke or maybe somebody misheard me. But I've never believed that she was or was not a target.
Is there anything more specific you can say about what you believe at this time?
Motive's always going to be a question, and we'll know more as we go what that motive is. But right now, my guesswork is as good as yours.
And then we also have the final one will be from KVOA here, Tucson, Monica Garcia.
Okay, so let's
Crazy.
talk about that 5
What a
p.m.
cluster F.
5 p.m. deadline today. Is that the deadline? I believe that's for the FBI.
Yes.
Can you just give us some sound on that? Because that's a big deal. That's within hours about that 5 p.m. deadline per the ransom note.
Oh. The deadline for 5 p.m.
And then what's supposed to happen after that?
So the ransom note that was distributed to the media did make a demand for 5 p.m. today. And if
Interesting.
If a transfer wasn't made, then I think a second demand was for next Monday. We're not going to go beyond that.
Wow.
What the media received.
Did it indicate what would happen if they didn't meet that ransom? Did they?
We're not going to go into those specifics. Thank you.
Wow.
5 p.m. Eastern, I'm sorry, I know it's not Arizona. It's 5 p.m.
I don't.
It's 5 p.m.
And then, sorry about that, Inside Edition, Jim Murray.
Special Agent Yoki, given the fact that the FBI participated in the creation of this family video, does that suggest your belief that the author or authors of that ransom note, in fact, have Nancy Guthrie?
Again, we're taking the ransom note serious, and we are following that part of the investigation.
And does the fact that there is a ransom note suggest to you that Nancy Guthrie was taken specifically because she's Savannah's mom?
There's nothing to indicate that.
Thank you guys so much for all of your questions. The sheriff does have just one more note about what happens next year.
Okay.
Or what doesn't happen next.
Well, it's what happens for us is we're going to continue working. For you though, I hope this worked out well for you. But right now I have no plans to schedule any further press conferences unless we have some real evidence or something to bring up to you. It's pretty pointless to just keep hounding the same things over and over. And as Special Agent in Charge Yankee said, please give us some space, and that's not just physical space. Give us some space, give my team some time, because these things do take time and they are difficult. And everybody out there is really working hard. And mistakes are going to be made. And if I made them, mea culpa, it won't be the first mistake I've ever made. But more important than me is we want Nancy back. That's the key. Okay. So thank you very much. And thank you for your concern in this.
Thank you. Sure.
Okay.
If you were looking for the other person that was up here, it was John Edwards, JONEDWARD.
So that happened. Very, very interesting, to say the least. Very, very interesting to say the least. And unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to stay very much longer, on this particular live. But I will say, just a few things that we got to recap here. Just really, really quick. So they, of course, obviously still, hold on, guys. I'm fixing something over here. All right. And I've just been updating things. Updating a few things here. So here's the thing. Shout out to Core TV for that last part. I appreciate that. Okay. One thing is for sure. They still believe that Nancy's still alive. But here's the other thing. They've also said that there is an imposter. There was an imposter. There was somebody who wrote a fake ransom note. So now we got something that's been confirmed. There's been multiple ransom notes that have been sent. So when they said ransom notes, it wasn't the same note sent several times to several different people. No, it was individual notes, ransom notes that were sent. Yeah. They were able to zero in on one of them. And that imposter, that piece of trash, has now been detained by the FBI. So that person, and then of course they said the FBI is supposed to be giving us more information about that here in a little while. But again, you got somebody who looked at this opportunity to try to scoop a bag, to try to make some mother loving money. So there's that. All right. An imposter has been arrested this morning. They are still looking into the ransom note that Savannah received, or that Savannah saw. Hence the reason why they did that video in the first place, because they believe that ransom note that they saw was authentic and real. So we'll see what's going on. Okay. With that. They say that, okay. So they said that there was blood found on the front porch, the one that we saw. Okay. They said that the blood there was indeed matching. After doing DNA and all that, they said that DNA is indeed Nancy Guthrie's blood. It is indeed Nancy Guthrie's blood. Here's the other thing. They said that is not they said that there was not blood found inside the house. So that's one part that they're like, we don't know where you got that information. That is not true. Okay. Yeah, maybe the TMZ one that they received is the legitimate one. And, there's other ones that are floating around, because there's buttholes out here, guys. There's real jerks out here in this world that are trying to scoop a bag which is absolutely insane. Okay. So there's that. All right. The other thing is of course, he did not confirm, which is weird. Like he kind of went after everything. He went on the antithesis to everything that Ashley Banfield has put out. Okay. And this is not a dig at Ashley Banfield. It's not. It's not. All I'm saying is I was like, damn, he kind of going after her on some of this stuff, like what she said, right? Because he was like, there's no confirmation. I'm not going to confirm or deny that cameras were smashed in or outside the house. So there's that too. Cameras were, he's like, I can't confirm or deny any of that. Then also he said this, which also blew my mind. He said, yeah, there was no sign of forced entry, because I don't know where you guys got that information, but I never said anything about forced entry into the home. So what? So there's no forced entry into the home. If there's no forced entry into the home, then how did they realize that this was a sign of bad things, that something bad happened to her, except for the blood that was on the ground? You see what I'm saying? Then they showed us a timeline. Let me pull up this timeline really quick, which clarifies a few more things, which I appreciate. Okay. Because I know that I've been asking a lot of questions too. So getting a more specific timeline is very helpful. But if you look at it here, it says that one thing is for sure. Apparently they got a phone call somewhere between sometime in the 11 a.m. hour, right? They go over, Annie and Tommaso go over there to check on Nancy. And then minutes later, they called 911, which I really am happy to see this timeline, because at first I was like, an hour and 5 minutes makes no bloody sense, especially if the place was in disarray. But that's the thing. Now you got the sheriff walking all that information back, saying that I never confirmed the place being in disarray. I didn't say anything about forced entry or anything of that sort. But he did say that she was taken against her will, that she was dragged out of her bed. But remember, he even said that was a turn of phrase. At first, he was like, she was snatched from her own bed. And all of us were like, oh my gosh, clutch my pearls. Oh my gosh, right? And then seconds later, he's like, oh, no, wait a second. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. That's not what I meant. That was a turn of phrase. What? Right? Now it's door. There was no forced entry. So he's like, what are you talking about? There was no forced entry. What the hell are you talking about? The hell? There was no forced entry. So if there's no forced entry, somebody had a key to her crib and walked in. So it's a mother-loving inside job if that's the case. Right? At least that's how I'm seeing. I'm still seeing it as an inside job. It doesn't matter if the door was forced open or if the door was not forced open. Okay? Come on. But he's like, nope, that didn't happen. Huh? Okay. So here's the thing. We now hear that she took an Uber. She took an Uber ride home. Okay. She took an Uber. She gets dropped off. Okay. She takes an Uber to the family house. Then the family drops her off at home and the garage door opens. 2 minutes later, the garage door closes. All right. That's at around 9:50 p.m. Then the doorbell camera disconnects at 1:47 a.m. So another half hour or so, I'm just rounding up, okay? Software detects a person on camera. No video available, no subscription. So let me explain. The no subscription part means that I guess she's not paying for it. I mean, that's the best way to assume that she's not paying for some sort of feature to record everything. Then maybe she's not paying for that subscription, or somebody hacked into her stuff and removed that subscription. That's possible. Just turned it off. We don't need that anymore. Right? So no subscription. Remember, he said that footage would just basically tape over itself over time. It would just instantly tape over itself. So if there was any footage of this assailant or of these assailants going in and smashing cameras and grabbing her and showing the tussle all on camera, all of that would have been recorded over time. Okay? Which is insane. All right? Pacemaker app shows disconnect from phone at 2:28 a.m. So in other words, her body, at least her body, has left the building. Okay? It is nowhere near her phone, nowhere near her Apple devices. They had taken her away, further away from her absence in her phone, enough for it to disconnect from her phone and Apple devices. Then, of course, 9+ hours, 8+ hours later, okay, well, yeah, 8+ hours later, I'm just doing rough math, okay? Family checks on, they get a phone call somehow, or they don't get a phone call. We don't know where we need that piece of information. But then the family goes and checks in on Nancy. They see that she's not there. So within minutes, about 7 minutes, they call 911. So it's drastically different. Okay, it's drastically different from just being an hour and 5 minutes of them going, where could she be? No, they were running around trying to find her. She was nowhere to be found. 7 minutes later, they called 911. Now, if there was no sign of forced entry, no sign of, something bad happening, except for some trace of blood on the front door, front stoop of this place, then that, to me, says that whoever came into that house had access, had a copy of the key, or is somebody who has a key, right? Not just somebody who just found a way to get the key and make a copy so that they can go in and do some bad, some outside evil entity. This to me sounds like somebody who actually had a key to the crib. If there's no sign of forced entry. But here's the problem. Here's the thing that really, or she opened the door, absolutely. Or she opened the door, right? They knocked on the door, they rang the doorbell. In the meantime, removed the ring cam doorbell from the front door. And then she walked up, as she's walking up, knocked on the door, and then they attacked her. That is very, very possible. And then they took her out the front. But remember, we were hearing other stories about the back door being wide open. We also heard the front door being wide open. So which one is it, right? I think this is all what we want to know. But see, now it's turned into an absolute cluster F. It's turned into an absolute cluster F, y'all. Why, you may ask? Because all the information that we had received and heard from them before, and of course, the media has been out here saying all kinds of stuff, getting things from sources and whatnot. And now you got law enforcement stepping forward and saying, hey, all that information you heard before is a lie. They're like, we don't know where you got that from. It's not from us. We ain't saying nothing. So there's it. So there we are right now, guys. We're kind of in a cluster F right now. Because it almost makes you need to go back and just look at the other press conferences and just be like, what is actually accurate here? Because what we are hearing here is not fully accurate. And I feel like the police are walking back things that they were saying before. So yeah, this is extremely frustrating, and has turned into quite the cluster F. One other thing too, they have now said that there's a $50,000 reward on any information that anyone may have in regards to this particular case. So if you know anything, please say something, speak out. I'm trying to find I have it here. I saved it. I'm just trying to find it. Yes, here's the $50,000 $1,000 reward. So it's quite a bump up from the $2,500 reward that they had. Okay, so they're saying the FBI is offering a reward of up to $50,000 for information leading to the recovery of Nancy Guthrie or the arrest and conviction of anyone involved in her disappearance. So $50K is now the reward. And I'm going to leave that up so you guys can see this. And I'm going to go through some of these super chats here. All right, guys. But I appreciate you guys hanging out with me and checking out this press conference. It was quite the cluster F. I'm going to be real. It was a cluster F. But General Genobi, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. Yes, Miss Rue, thank you so much for being a member. Good morning to you as well. General Genobi, thank you so much. Good morning to my fave streamer. Oh, thank you. I am perplexed over the church member calling. Yeah, I'm perplexed about that too. That's the reason why I wanted to bring it up, because I'm like, who actually called? It could have been somebody who is, trying to maybe, talk to her. You know what I'm saying? You don't think that, I'm sure she's made friends and maybe she's got a friend that keeps an eye on her, that's interested in her, keeps an eye on her, that kind of thing. That's possible. We all need friends, right? She lives on her own. I mean, shoot, you never know. It could be a friend. It could be it could be anything. It could be anybody. But that's the other, it's still, that means we're kind of we are kind of hitting the, the reset button in a way. You see what I'm saying? It's kind of like we've hit the reset button. We're back to square one all over again. And those things do happen in an investigation. So, fear not, my good friends. Okay, my good, true crime friends. Okay, and my news friends. All right, this does not mean that everything's a complete cluster F. Give it time. You never know. There might be a new left turn by tonight. Here's the other thing too. They also said this. Sorry, this is just stream of consciousness. Okay, but they also said that the ransom note that they are taking seriously had a deadline for 5 p.m. today. So that's several hours from now, right? And then the FBI agent just basically said, well, they said 5 p.m., but they also said Monday as well. So I don't know. It's kind of like, we need it by today, by 5 p.m. Well, see how my bank account is set up. Oh, how about Monday? Does Monday work? Like, it's just weird, right? It's weird. Unless they're referring to 2 different ransom notes. One saying 5 p.m. today, another one saying Monday. I don't know. It's very confusing. Grateful. Thank you so much. Don't shoot the messenger, but I am with you, Pascal. Too long to call 911. Well, now we hear that the 911 call was made at a shorter time, which does cool my mind at least. Okay. Also, Annie looked mortified and terrified in the video release they did. There is something fishy going on. Ooh, bats. Well, I will say this. Some people are analyzing the hell out of that and side-eyeing Annie like crazy. And they're like, well, she smirks in the very beginning of the video. Why is she smiling? You know what I mean? I don't know. I think we're dealing with a very, very tough situation. People deal with trauma like this in very different ways. You never know. You see what I'm saying? Like, even so, I will say this, and this is not trying to side eye anybody or anything of that sort. This whole situation is absolutely terrifying. But it is weird that she wrote a poem. I don't know why. I find it a little odd. But at the same time, if that's her way of expression, that's her way of expression. You had 3 different people, 3 completely different personalities in one video, right? You had the quiet, stoic man sitting there, you know what I mean? Arms crossed, right? Then you had the Savannah who's sitting there like, pleading to the camera, writing in full in prose, right? And then you had the sister like speaking in more of a poetic type of way, in a more heightened language type of way. The 3 different ways of 3 different attitudes going on all at the same time. You see what I'm saying? So I know a lot of people are side-eyeing her right now, and I think some of that side-eyeing is happening not only just because of her being one of the last people to see Nancy alive, but also because I hate to say it, but ever since we heard the prime suspect, the leak, the source saying the prime suspect is the brother-in-law, I think everybody's instantly side-eyeing Annie very, very quickly. You see what I'm saying? I don't blame everybody. I don't blame everybody looking at the sister in a weird way, and of course looking at the husband a weird way. But at the same time, police have not named any people of interest, and I think we have to just kind of chill and sit back until we get more smoking gun evidence. We need facts, right? Before anything else. Yeah, you know what I mean? But at the same time, like I've said, Madeline Soto, pig vomit, he was the last person to see that beautiful young girl alive. You know what I mean? And that's just one example of many cases that we've seen where everybody side eyes the person that was the last person to see that missing individual alive. You know what I mean? But let's move on. Baby Gator, thank you so much for the love. Everyone mad about the $2,500 reward. This was not put up by the family. That thank you so much for that clarification. And yeah, $2,500 is kind of skeet. I'm gonna be real, but now it's been bumped up to $50,000. So I don't know. Money is a great motivator. Maybe it'll get some people to go out there and to tell the truth, right? And expose the bad guys. Nicole, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Whomever wrote it has a bit more intestinal fortitude than intelligence to think this ransom note wouldn't be figured out. Yeah, I mean, this person's an idiot. And you could tell somebody's already been arrested that wrote a fake ransom note. Why? Because that person was dumb. I'm sure of it. Emailed it on an email account that was directly connected to them or something of that sort, right? But of course, there's something going on with these other notes, at least the one that made them respond, made the kids respond. That tells me that they're taking that one very, very seriously, and it could be the real deal Holyfield. Only time will tell, right? Allie, thank you so much. I wear a CGM for my blood sugar, and it will lose signal if I'm away from my phone. It still collects info, though. It also sets off an alert on my phone. That's what's up. And, and these pacemakers, man, at this point, they could probably deliver babies at this point. They're so technologically advanced. So we'll see what happens with that as well and what they find. Grateful again. Thank you so much. Savannah's husband works for the Democratic Committee. Interesting. Like I said in the very beginning, this could very well be politically motivated. You never know. But for what reason? Because of her connection to some political party? Because of something else? We don't know, right? We'll see. We will see. Crisis Cast, thank you so much for the love. I think the old lady passed away, and News Nation created a story to push to YouTube for money. And here we are, all eating it up. Ashley Banfield doesn't work for News Nation anymore. She helps contribute things to News Nation, but this has nothing to do with News Nation grabbing a bag. I think News Nation is doing just fine without this particular story. I think that Ashley Banfield believes her source, and things are subject to change. Maybe at that time when that particular source talked to Ashley Banfield, maybe they said at that time they were side-eyeing the hell out of the brother-in-law. That story, just like any ongoing breaking news kind of crime, that's always developing, things are subject to change. So it might not be the brother-in-law anymore. They might be looking at Javier that works in the backyard. You don't even know. You know what I mean? And Gladys that does the housekeeping inside the house. You never know, right? Things are subject to change, and I think we just gotta let it ride, right? And I think her source is reliable. Sometimes things change, but the sheriff went out of his way to be like, I don't know where you guys got this whole thing about the front door being busted open. I don't know where you got the whole information about blood being inside and outside the house. Like, he went out of his way to basically say, like, what you heard before is wrong. That's crazy. It'll just be bad if it shows up later that he's not telling us the truth. That's the other thing too. One of the reporters did ask, hey, could you be saying these things to us to not tell us the truth? Could you be telling this information to us so that, you know, because you don't want us to know what's really going on behind the scenes, because you don't want people, the bad evil doers, to know anything. You know what I mean? And he basically said, yes and no. And I'll leave that to you, like, for you to gather, like, to break down for yourself. So in other words, yeah. He's not telling us anything because he doesn't want anybody to know anything. That's basically it. Okay, he straight up lied. He straight up lied, and he just walked back a whole bunch of stuff. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing was inside the house. What are you talking about? What was inside the house? But then he says that there was clearly a sign that there was a struggle inside the house. So what else could it be? You know, broken glass, etc. Sure. But then he's like, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about with this blood. You know, the only blood is that you're seeing is at the front stoop of the house. The only reason why he is saying that, let's just be completely real, is because it's outside. Everyone's seen it. So you can't deny that. But as far as what's going on inside the house, yeah, he can move the goalposts as best as he can. Let's keep it a bean. All right. Mally, thank you so much for the love. I heard this morning that Nancy's husband and his company were mentioned in the Epi files. Interesting. And we're very close with Clinton. I don't know for sure, though. I feel like there's going to be rumors flying like crazy. I've never heard any confirmation of that. But we will see, you know, like yeah. We'll see, right? Holly, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate all the love. Thank you. Nurse Forgot, thank you so much as well. He's saying a lot of nothing. Disappointing. Yeah, I feel like he said a lot of, he basically hit the backspace key on the keyboard. He went, now we are going to delete all of that. Yep, we're going to delete all of it. And we're going to make sure that they don't know anything at all. But there was one ransom note that was fake. That guy got arrested. But all this other stuff that you heard, even from my own mouth, it's not true. We're going to delete all of that. Yep. Delete. Yep. There we go. Now, all it says is Nancy Guthrie is missing. There you go, guys. Just so you know. Enjoy that information. Like, what the hell's that? Happy days. Thank you so much. Why aren't they talking about her sister? She married some psycho. She knows where he's at. Well, see, that's the thing, Happy Days. I mean, I feel like it's a little bit, I feel like it's jumping the gun a little bit when it comes to the brother-in-law. Like, so what? He played in some metal band or something like that played some dark music. It doesn't automatically mean that he's all like, you know, thirsting for blood. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't mean that. Sure, you know, oh, he has a long beard and he's you know, he plays the bass, and the last album was love, life, love, death. Like, it doesn't mean he's a bad guy. You see what I'm saying? And that all stems from what we heard. So everybody's looking at him and being like, oh, see, he's evil. How do we know he's evil? Right? There's no proof of that yet. Happy Days, you do a couple of them, so I'm going to go through them here really quick. We've been wrong about too many aspects so far and rescinded vital clues. I'm not listening to them anymore. Yeah, they are literally going like, I don't know what you're talking about. This the front door wasn't what door was broken in? What forced entry? Huh? What? Okay. Great job on Vinny Politan Live. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Happy Days. Thank you so very much. Like, don't get me wrong. I get it that we are all like, this is how we live, right? This is how we live in this world. We're all looking for the bad guy. We all need the villain. But right now, there is no show of a villain yet. They have not said anything about who's the bad guy. The bad guy could be anyone. And he even said it himself. He's like, I know this sounds really cliche, but it could be anyone. Okay. Everyone is a suspect and everyone's still on that suspect table. So we'll see what happens, right? But him walking back some of that information is appalling to me. Okay. Beautiful disaster. Thank you so much for the love. Random thought. I wonder if the abductors can't reach Savannah because Nancy didn't know her number. It's rare these days to know numbers. Interesting. Abductors reach TMZ. Yeah. Is known and to Savannah. You know, I think that they reached out. That could be true. It's like, you know, give me your daughter's number. We're gonna call her right now. And it's like, I don't remember it. The phone is back home, and it's like, damn, what do we do? What do we do? Well, and then it's like, we're just gonna send this email out to this note out to as many people as we can, any news outlets, so it can get to Savannah. But yeah, getting it to TMZ would definitely get Savannah's interest. It would definitely get her attention for sure. But we'll see what happens from here. But what say you guys? Like, whoo, yeah. It's like, homie, I'm 84. Like, shoot, I barely remember my birthday. You know what I'm saying? Like, so again, but she's sharp as a tack. So maybe she might have known the phone number. But here's the thing. They may not want to make a phone call because they don't want that to track back. You see what I'm saying? So there's other things other than them just like, trying to, not knowing the phone number to her own daughter's phone. You see what I'm saying? They may have been like, hey, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to reach out to her without it tracking back to us. They could triangulate. You know how it is. They know how to do these things. Technology is hard out here in these streets. It'd be hardcore. So again, that's a question I'd like to know, like, as well. Then the other thing too, why did it take them so long to actually do the ransom note? If this ransom note is real. Take a look at this. Happy days. Thank you so much. I don't know if anything happened with the Uber driver. They investigated, they interviewed and interrogated the Uber driver, but they got cleared. We don't know if it's a he or she, right? But I wonder, I would never let my 84-year-old mother or grandmother ride in an Uber. Too vulnerable. That is very true. And it's interesting because she took an Uber. If I remember correctly, she took an Uber from her place to Annie's place, which is a 10-minute drive. Why wouldn't she just get picked up by Annie? Now, obviously, woulda, coulda, shoulda. I'm not trying to put blame on anybody, but that's a weird thing, right? She's 10 minutes down the road. Why wouldn't she just get Annie or Tommaso to just go and pick her up? It just seems weird to me. That part seems weird to me big time. But here's the thing, guys. I will be back on a little bit later on this evening for sure to do some recap, some coverage on, the updates that are going to be going on over the next couple hours. Trust and believe you're going to want to be here because I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of new updates here very, very soon. So be sure to tune in because we got a lot to talk about. All right. But that is the show. I appreciate all y'all for being here. It really means a lot. Thank you so much for tuning in and being a part of the conversation. Before you get going, please do me a favor. Hit that like button down below. Crush it, do it, do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms. If you are watching on these other platforms like Facebook, X, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, hit that follow button, please and thank you. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button here on my YouTube channel. Go check out the Pascal Show clips. Subscribe over there as well. Hit that notification bell. Set it to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because it is random. A lot of times it's breaking news, but I'll be on tonight, so be sure to tune in for sure. Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon. And, of course, check out PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there. PascalMerch.com. Anyway, guys, it's time to get going. Much love to you guys. Let's hope that we got new and better updates later on today. Stay tuned. I'll be back to talk about it all and then some. But until then, be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is the Pascal Show. Bye.